Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Oh my god. It is Sunday. And as always, I feel very, very lazy. Oh my god, I'm such a lazy ball. Oh my god. But anyways, I have a little bit of confession to make. So, alright, okay. I may or may not have fished until about 1 or 2 a.m. last night. And I was very obsessed. And then this morning, before I started my stream, I actually sat here for about like half an hour. Right before I start the stream, I was just sitting here thinking about like, oh, I did say that I want to play ODST today. I totally did say that. And then my brain's like, fish though. my brain went like, fish though. And it's like, oh my god, fish, you're right, fish, brain, oh my god. Go fish. Here I am. My brain won, and my brain won, and I was like, oh yeah, well yeah, let's go fish, why not? So it's also because of this, right? I still plan to play ODST today. I do. So, and I'm pretty sure that I won't be able to fish for about like 6 hours. So I'm probably gonna go for like 3-4 hours max. I feel like fishing for 3-4 hours is pretty insane, I would say, but I don't know. So that's about the time that I thought about fishing. So with that, after fishing, I could play ODST. I totally could. And I don't know how long ODST is gonna be still, so I'm not too sure. I feel like not too long. Maybe like a few hours left. So that's also why that I kind of want to fish first, because I'm honestly just absolutely obsessed with fishing. Speaking of, I also found a way to mute the music in game so that I can listen to this one while I fish. So let me open up VRChat real quick. And also with VRChat, I also want to try to use the in-game camera, which means that I need to like disable. I need to disable all the camera stuff in OBS so that it's not using my camera. So this one, boom, okay, and then here this one also, boom. Okay, it's not working anymore. It's not using it anymore. Okay, good. So there we go. All right, we good. So I can listen to constant music while I fish, which is pretty nice, I would say, right? I kind of feel bad. I did say I wanted to play ODST, but I just can't. I cannot help it. I cannot help it. I wanna fish. I cannot believe this is the way that gets me back to VRChat, huh? Crazy. Alright, I think the camera should work, and I don't think I enabled selfie expression. But selfie expression is a function in game where it uses your camera to track your movement a little bit. Your head movement, your hand movement. It can be kind of jank, but it should work. And also I'm big now because I was driving around my canoe. Right, I found a lot of things on the fish there. Ooh, what is this? Oh, that's on the dragon, but I don't know what that is. Here, I want to become small again. No, okay. So if I were to do this, right, there is this IK tracking IK thing. Is there two music going on? Okay, let's go to the fish world first. Let's see. No, not featured. This one, right? And then I can do a new instance, and then I'll be like, I don't know what I do. Is it like invite plus or invite? Joiners can accept requests. I'll do this one then. I don't know, maybe. Join. Can I join you? Sure. Heck yeah, I can fish. I get to fish with a dragon again. Oh, I need to invite. Oh, wait. Oh, I should have made it like friends plus. What am I thinking? Game? Game why? Oh, the fuck? That was a jump scare and a half. What? Oh, hi Punchy. Friends Plus is like friends who in the instance can invite those who are on their friends list. Oh. Uh-oh, my game. I cannot move. Oh, I'm moving again. Top of you being able to invite your own friends. Oh, okay, okay. Second day flame. So I realized I can go here and mute the music and stuff. I should turn down the ambiance a little bit. Rumble? Hey Bunchy. How Bunchy doing good? Happen to be in one of those right now. Heck yeah! Like fishing is so good. This is the world that got me back into VRChat. I cannot believe it. I think invite plus could work. Yeah, game is running at like bit. This was really impressive. I know, like it's so well made. And again, I know it might be a little bit like unfair for me to compare this with web fishing. It is the game where I really like, right? The game where I get to fish and become better at fishing. And then web fishing has this sad case of being hacked and shit, so unfortunate, but it is what it is. Don't play that anymore. But now, oh hey, look, that works. Now we have this. Look at that dragon. See, I can use my camera because I disabled all the things in I disabled all the things in OBS. Well, this is gonna make me like VRChat even more now. Can I disable the showing my own face at the bottom right? Okay. Okay, this still works. Good. And last night I might have explored the place quite a bit. Let me show you something. Oh, let me show you this first. So last night I got a bunch of amazing fish actually. If I can find them. Oh yeah, I got sunfish. I got the huge fish. I got the tiny shadow flying fish. And I got the shiny fish. Oh, and I got the dragon as well. Boom! Oh, it's albino too, holy shit. Right. And there's still more. I found giant squid. Oh yeah, and then this galaxy fish as well. Galaxy fish. So yeah, I was fishing a lot and I found Dory. I found Dory. Of course, this is my fish. This is Void. Void is pretty cool. Look at that, purple. Okay, have you seen anything we at each other last time we were in the same room? Oh no! I mean, I could add you now if you don't mind, Bunchy. Samsung Galaxy Fish. But yeah, that's pretty much all I have. And then the rest is pretty much just like the same stuff. And then another thing I want to show. Where is this place? This is fish, no? The fish world? Or you're asking about like, how do I get those fish? I found some new rods, right? But I'm still using a telescopic rod. But look at this. It is now curious. I enchanted. I cannot believe I actually found enchanting in this game. Like, what the fuck? There's actually enchanting. I'm gonna cry. It's so good. So you can enchant. And I found new lines. I found purple line and I found a feline bobber. Yeah, I found a place. I think it's a place that's very obvious around here. Let me see. Oh my god, well you cannot see it because it's like currently very rainy. It should be around a place where it's like... Oh, that one! Look that way. That's the enchanting place. The one that has like a shiny... like going crisscross light place. That one is the that one is the enchanting place. And then I'm not even lying when I say that it took me about like 5 minutes or something for me to use my canoe to row my way there. It took a long time, but I was just like pretty much just like checking around the place and yeah, stuff like that. It's really fucking good. It's so fun. I am so astounded. I'm gonna cry. I never been this excited in a VRChat world before. I have never. This one caught me and caught me hard. Caught me hard. I changed my name to Bunchy OTR. You're welcome to enemy for like too. Oh hey, that's a Tira fish. Oh my god, it's so big. I have one too. I wanna add Bunchy. Let me find it. This one. But mine's very small. Alright, social user search. Oh, OTR, otter! Right, I'm dumb. Look at this otter, oh my god. Look at this otter. Very cool. Oh wait, wow, that's a dragon and kobold. Holy shit, I'm gonna cry. So yeah, oh, one more thing. I also sailed to many different places. I sailed to an island where you can customize your boats. So watch my sick ride. Oh my god, it's the best thing ever. Look at this sick ride. It's purple, it's black, it's edgy. I love it. It's so good. You got the steady boat? Yeah, I mean I have to. That color is like too good. Alright. we're going to places, but I need to like become big for this. Yeah. I think I can become bigger. Boom. Okay. Right, let's go. I never went there. I've been to Lighthouse. I went over there, sailed there. I also went to that island over there. Yeah, I went to this island first, and I went that island, and I go behind that shiny place. That's how I realized that I can enchant things. I didn't fish as much, but I was pretty much just sort of exploring the place around using a canoe. I want to buy a bigger boat, but bigger boat is too expensive. It's okay. I'll get there soon, right? But for now, let's get to that island there. Look at that island. That looks pretty cool. Non-Banshee? Uh-oh, the Banshee is getting known by Eevee. Hi Eevee. Look at this Tekken. So yeah, this is the speed of a canoe. It's slow, but it is what it is. It's okay. We're gonna get there slowly. Oh, I can I can like stop and then fish a little bit. Also, I'm feeling very coffee today, which is kind of weird, but I think I'll be fine. We're almost there to the island. Can I still move? Oh, I can. This is the swamp, I believe. Yeah, this is the swamp, and now it's foggy. The swamp is where I found the feline bobber, I think. You look so crunched. It's okay. A crunched dragon is also very adorable. Look at that. The dragon avatar is so good though, holy shit. I wish I could make avatar like that. That looks so amazing. Yeah, this is the spooky place. Alright, we're here. Squish dragon. So there are boats, there are upgrades, there's like places that you can be, you can fish, right? You can sell fish there. There's a bridge here, you can, right? Upgrades here. There, this is the upgrade that I got. Feline bobber and the purple line. I didn't buy this darkwood rod. It's 25k. I could buy that. I just need to fish more, right? Also, I don't like fishing here because it's so loud. That's why I leave almost immediately after buying the feline bobber and also the purple line. But you can, but we can fish here for a little bit. Oh yeah, also I'm level 19 now. Yeah, look, I'm not obsessed with this game. Me, no way. No way I'm obsessed. Oh, Dragon's Line is still so cool though. Oh, I got a new fish, cottonmouth. It's 0.0 kg, it doesn't exist. What do you mean? I can reduce the world sound? Oh wait, you're right. I can reduce the ambience. Okay. Oh yeah, I can put my... my fork. The world sound music is kind of a lot in this world, a little bit. Moonrain is cool, right? When the Moonrain music comes in, it's really cool, and you just have to like reduce the music a little bit because Moonrain can be quite loud. Alligator snapping turtle? Oh, I got a twiddle. I got a twiddle. I got a twiddle. Also, don't worry, this is how I cast my line now. You know, normal people do what? You raise your hand and then hiya. Right? That's how you cast the line, but not me. I'm a kobold. Another twiddle. I got the streamer luck again. I swear I didn't get a lot of like purple fish when I was like fishing last night off stream. Big fish. Oh, hog. I got a fog. And a rubber ducky, oh my god. This game is too good. This is kind of a dream come true here. A game where it's like a fully fledged world, just consists of fishing, and then nothing much happening. Yeah, there's some microtransactions, but it's like the minimal amount. Oh my god, fog! I got a burugil. It's like the minimal amount of microtransactions. It can be looked over. It's totally fine. So, and then you have like explorations, different island offer different upgrades, and a huge variety of fish, and then a huge variety of like snake. Oh my god, what is that? Oh my god, it's an alligator. It's Chip. It's so big, holy shit. I want to fish close to a dragon. Okay. Oh. I'm getting so many toil. Oh my god, boot. Oh, what is this? Wait, this could be Chip. American alligator.
Kobo is good girl.
Oh.
Yip yip.
American alligator. Oh, it's a shiny fish. It's a me fish. Right, this is what I mean by a huge variety of fish. I mean, sure, there's already huge variety of fish. There's also like huge variety of like enchantments for the fish. Can I say that? Can I use that word? Enchantment for the fishes? Yeah, I mean, there's void, there's galaxy, there's golden, there's like whatever electric. I think I saw a lot, right? A lot. I got the best line though, purple line. Purple. Uruki. Oh my god, it's a doll. The doll is like on the butt as well. Zebra? And then I also saw, ooh, it's a void fish, I think. I also saw like this game is only like update 1.0, so I'm going to assume there's going to be more updates considering how considering how popular this world is. I sure hope there's more updates to this game. Alright. Oh my god, alligator. The mouth is so long and it's so funny. Ooh, channel catfish. It's probably weird that I love this world a little bit too much, but I cannot help it. Like, I'm not lying when I say that like games like this is what really pulls me in as well. I mean, sure, there's like games about dragons, games that I get to play as a kobold or dragons, it's also nice. But then there's also this, right? You give me fish, I'll be very happy, like a chill fishing experience. And then I can upgrade myself to become a better fisher, slowly, right? Sense of progression, right? Sense of progression. Ooh, holographic catfish. Shiny. I'm gonna block dragons fishing with this. Oh, it's a plastic bag. I think I can stay in that plastic bag. The unfortunately be one of the world that makes VRChat really popular again. Oh, we can see more stuff like this now that the capabilities are there. Yeah, exactly. This could be like a good start for VRChat to be like a fully fledged game. Like a world that has the fully fledged game, right? A game within a game. I mean, sure, it has a lot of like games already. I mean, there's like Murder, Blackout, like Audience Anarchy, Gigas, Snowball Fight, like those mini games. But this one fishing is like a more fully fledged. So yeah, I'm really excited to see like more stuff like this. Maybe not just fishing, but maybe there's more, you never know. Maybe there's like a creature collector simulator or something like that, I don't know. Weed. Hi, comic. Welcome. I can wave a little bit in VR, can I? I think I can I? A little bit. Oh, Dragon is using a very cool rod. Looks very shiny. Golden? It's an alligator. Oh. Nice. Oh my god, it's 300 kilogram. I got quite a lot of purple here. I might be able to make a lot of money. Some golden. American alligator. What do they need for the bounty? Albacore tuna? I think I have that. I mean, 1k, that's free. I didn't have frogfish. Fishing a dragon though. Is that purple? No, this is not purple. What is this? Oh my god. I'm gonna lose this one. Oh no. Oh, that is some crazy juke right there. Yeah. Oh my god, trypophobia. Oh no, what is that fish that was cursed? Oh, that one could be the... Oh, we both met with the same fish, I believe, maybe? But I lost it. That was a crazy juke. Ulutil. Yeah, this is purple. That was like light purple. So this is a snap. Wait, what? Oh my god, what is that fish? It's so cursed. I'm a bit scared. What if I get that fish? I'm also glad that the catch rate is like not low, but also not too high as well. Like, the exciting stuff happens often enough that I don't feel like it's boring to fish over and over again, right? Like, it doesn't give you too much of this. Right? Sure, this happens from time to time, but it's fine. Careful with your hook, please don't get my back fin. I'm pretty sure I already got your back fin multiple times, but... It's okay, I'm a kobold, it's fine. Hey. Oh no, double. It's so dark and foggy. Poor. Tiny bluegill? Oh my god, it is tiny. Holy shit. The hook is like bigger than the fish. Oh no. I'm getting the junk. I'm getting things that I cannot eat. I don't like book stupid. That was a stray cast though, holy shit. Sorry about my coughing. I feel it's gonna happen a lot. It's gonna happen a lot in this stream. I will apologize first. Ghastly? That's a spooky fish. There was an accidental boop on the snoot. Yeah. Bullfin. Would be I'm imagining though, right? A kobold and a dragon fishing together. Oof. Must be a great life, no? Or even multiple dragons, why not? Oh. It's so dark I can't even see my line. Good enough. Look at this Chinook. But I also haven't figured out if there's any way to buy a new auto pets. I'm still using the starting auto pet, but I've been upgrading it, so maybe that's fine. It's an alligator. Unless it's like a new golden fish. Oh, giant gharial. Oh. Oh my god, that mouth. Wait, I want to see how that one looks like. This one. Oh, wait, that's so big. Wait, oh my god, that's way bigger than I thought. Wee. Wee. I can hide in this giant guardian. Oh yeah, my hook pushes it away. Oh yeah, that's the sound of my pet getting a fish. Oh, hey, my bluegill. Mine. I want to see if I can afford a new boat here. I'm gonna sell all, and I'm gonna see if I can afford a new boat. Ghastly rusty tin. I got a ghost tin, holy shit. Right. Let me see. Hello. You look like someone I know. Twin brother Stevie in Coconut Bay. People get confused. People get us confused a lot. We used to prank people constantly back in the day. Fair enough. Oh, money! I did have a few locked, so it should be fine. Like the one that I won, I locked them. Nothing here that I really want, so I don't think that's enough to buy any new boat. Let me take a look. I think the new boat costs 15k. Yeah, 15k. What is toughness for though? Would a boat break if I go to places that I'm not supposed to be? Don't feel like it. I can use my canoe and go everywhere else, I feel like. Wait, so that I have... Yeah, I saw all the fish. Why is this still here? Wonder if there's like any other places to fish. Oh, what is that? Church? Ooh, I found church. Can I fish in the church? Is there like a pool of water? Oh. Hello. Angler? Christina? Could I bother you with something? They need help at the church actually. A great plague has befallen the water around here. Notice increase in the amount of cursed fishes caught recently. Any cursed fishes, please bring them to me. I'll exorcise and bless them for you. Beneficial for both of us? Okay. So you can make cursed fish uncursed, okay? Understandable. I wonder if there's any... Ooh, scrap. Ooh, more scrap. The fuck? A ghost? Ah! Ooh. Blessed fishes get you like 3 times the money. Oh my god, 3 times is crazy. Oh, that's a scrap. Oh, I thought I can steal things here. Am I small enough that I'm hiding inside the pillow? I hope so. Tanglewood Campground. Oh, there's like names in this. Oh, okay. Bottom left. It's probably blocked by my coffee link, but I think it's transparent enough that it can still be seen. Look at Bunchy. Bunchy, very cool. Very, very nice art too. That's good enough. And follow that Q altar? Follow and look at that Q altar. Oh, purple. Whoa. Oh. I think I might be able to get the boat that Branky has. Is there like an enthusiast or something I didn't see? From a sand island? Oh. Maybe we should drive to the sand island. Oh, oh my god, Samsung Galaxy? Alright, let me try and buy a new boat and see if I can get to the sand island. I'm a cobalt, but sometimes I can't be a dolphin, I guess. Gimme, gimme. Wait, no, I forgot to sell. The grasses are too tall. Not enough. I just need a bit more. Wait, actually, can I cheat? Wait. That might be enough. Or maybe not, actually. Sad cobalt noises. I guess I'll fish for a little bit longer here. Uh-oh. I don't see dragon anymore. No. I'm running around too much. Now I don't see dragon. Wait. I don't like that doll. It's so cursed. Is that a scrap? Oh my god, that's just straight up scrap that's been here for 10 years. And this one is making me want to get a VR headset so much more. Like, I want to have a feel of like actually throwing like, damn. But I mean, it kind of tracks my right hand, but it's really bad. So, I don't know. I just saw something float by. Nice. A mossy relic? Nice. Oh no, eat dark. I need to find dragon. Oh, I don't see dragon anymore. The Sand Island? Oh, oh. Where's the Sand Island? I need more money before I can buy a better boat and sail to that Sand Island. Hi, Marmalade. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. I got brick. A brick can be a snack and a half. But I like my purple edgy bolt now. Okay, woke up a normal hour today. First time in like 2 weeks. Hey, dragon is here. I believe that's enough. First time in like 2 weeks. Well, that's a start. Dang it. Oh yeah, I do hear that daylight savings is happening today or soon. Hopefully I can keep the sleep schedule and get back to a normal routine. Sounds good. Sound nice. How you doing? Pretty nice. A little bit obsessed with this game, which is VRChat. The world made me go back into VRChat. Oh my god. Because I love fishing a little bit too much. And then this fishing world, it's like everything that I want. Right, this should be enough. Give me the boat. Give me the boat. Hey. I don't have the boat anymore though. Oh my god! It's the brekkie boat. Alright, let's become big for a bit. Emi bang. Then I fishing too, started to get into it again a few years ago, but I still haven't caught anything since I started. Ooh, I never really fish in real life, only once when I was a kid. Oh, I need to be a lot smaller for this. Oh, Dragon can drive. Here, let me become small. You bought it? Nice! I bought it too. Oh! Oh, I need to become big. Okay, that's good enough. I'll follow you. I follow dragon. Two boat. I'm driving, holy shit. Who let the kobold drive the boat? Yeah, this one's a lot faster. Need to become big, fix 1.3 meter. Hey, that's pretty big for a kobold. Big for a kobold. Hey, we're back at the starting island. Where'd the dragon go? Oh, oh. Oh, I see dragon. Flying is so much faster. It's okay, I cannot fly. So I have to get the boat. Get you, I just find it funny, my own character and me, it is like over 3 meters of standard. Oh my god, huge. And like, I'm small, I can crawl around. I can crawl around and being weird. I'm like an ant. That's how you drive, right? I mean, with my paw, that's the only way that I can drive, I feel like. That is it. Wee! What's up? What do you need scrap metal? Actually trying to build a big contraption to get the pyramid open. It's impenetrable by any conventional means. I've been drawing up the plans for several years and I'm getting close to figuring out how to blow this bad boy open. So you want scrap metal? I guess I have some. That's flippin' awesome! Put it in my recycler slot machine. Made it to give people an incentive to get me my scrap. This thing? Oh! There's a ghost. Are you a ghost? Wow. A new person. Nice to meet you. Likewise. Okay, see you later. Bye! Is this Gamba? Oh my god, it's Gamba! Oh my god, 500. I almost leveled. Holy shit. Potion? Speed potion? Boost your attraction rate for 30 minutes. Boost your luck for how do I get luck potion? Oh yeah, I got shiny. Looks cool as hell. I don't know what it is. Gamba, Gamba, Gamba. That shit. Oh my god, give me something good. This game suck. This game suck. Dragon. I'll show you where I got my barbarian line. Oh, okay. Dragon tail. Whoa. Whoa, shiny. 10k. The fuck? Lucky Popper. Diamond line. Oh, wow, shiny. Well, I know what to do now. It's time to fish here. Give me a thing. Why is my hand like that? What's going on? I should drink. Thank you, me. No. Anunu is happy to see a new customer. Please take a look at my artifacts for sale. Where'd you get these? It's Anunu's secret. Totally did not get these by tomb raiding. Ah, I see. Can I tomb raid instead? Shit game. No, I'm joking. I love this game so much. Holy shit. It's time to fish. It's time to get the shiny line. It's time to fish. I want to fish. And give me a good fish. Oh my god, it's so hard to fish like this. Help. Why am I like this? I can't even keep up. Oh my god, I got the fish. Okay, not anymore. Hi, Breggy. The stand place is so pretty. I know, it's so good. I also found a place to enchant my rod. My rod is now curious, and I found a shiny. No, wait. The telescopic rod. It's curious. What a throw. Oh, Breggy is doing good. eat. I got eat. 12% experience gained by gamble did wait. Oh no. I got 5%. I don't want to use my relic piece too much for now. Nice. I also forgot about this. Hiya. Come on, I need more fish, frog. Yee, why am I getting junk? Oh, and it's a new junk. Broken junk. Fishing dragon is so nice. What? Nice, Celeste dragon. How's the edition going? Pretty well. I may or may not have fished until 2 AM last night. Oh no. Change. Oh, that's bad cast. That was a perfect cast. I'm the best. Prey. Ooh, Black Hawk Prey. Anyway. Ew. Yeah, I need to put my Samsung Galaxy fish out. There we go, Samsung Galaxy fish. Surely not prey, I'll bite you. It's okay, dragon, all dragons are friend to me. So I need 25k to get the shiny rod, a shiny line. 750k for that rod sounds insane. This entirely oh my god! Holy, that looks so good, by the way. Look, I'm blocking your vision. Thank you, Becky. Oh, beach. I just fished yesterday and have 56k currently. Oh my god, that's a lot of money. Moon rain? Ooh, wait, moon rain. Okay. Oh my god, I'm trying to fish in the sand. Don't know what I'm saving for. Apparently there's a lot of different rods that you can buy. Or upgrades that you can buy. tiny snow yellow discus. Even a hook is bigger than that fish. This is a relic piece, right? I think relic piece. Hell yeah! Didn't find an accessible rod. I probably didn't find it, but the closest I found was 250k. I think I found a 75k in an island of a small city that I found that I can buy a skin for a boat. Is that Crescent Island? Something like that? I'm not too sure. Maybe. Yeah, I think it's there. If I remember correctly. It was 75k or 55k, I think? Or both of them, actually. Brain banana. You can fish in a fountain. Oh, no more Moonrain music. Oh, it's sad cobalt noises. The music in this game is nice, but the downtime is locking. Golden Ironfish Stalker. Oh my god. Alright, no more Samsung Galaxy fish. Get out here. Hey. Oh, it's there now. Alright, let me... Boom? Okay. Oh, fish in the fountain? Fountain in the Crescent Island, or whatever that place is. Oh, it's Samsung Galaxy. Wait. So I thought I threw it really good. Fishing with a dragon is definitely a dream come true. Ew. Oh yeah, Moonrain is still going on. Wait, I can use the potion. Oh, but there's no more moon rain. Right. I mean, I have 2 potions, right? Yeah, use this one. Okay. For 30 minutes, and Combo is gonna get real lucky. Plus the streamer luck, maybe? Maybe? Dragon. Siamese giant carp? It's a giant one. Hi, nature dragon. Cheer lang. Hope you're doing good. Welcome, dragon. Ooh. Tiny rainbow trout. Love me a good gay fish. Yeah. Siamese giant carp. Oh. Oh. I hate it. I hate it so much. It's on the butt too, oh my god. Yeah, eat that. Eat Oh. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, but if any of you wants to join this instance, I think I put it as invite only. Yeah, I think you cannot just join immediately. I messed up the instance. I should have just made it like friends only. But if it's not too much, if you want to join, you can definitely request to join. Gosh, it makes me feel bad saying that it's like I'm some sort of a big shot or something, but I'm not. Ooh. Ooh, I'm getting juked. Oh my god, I lose the line too much. Oh, unfortunate. Couldn't keep up with that. Too much jump. I wanna run back. Be right back. Of course, and take your time, Bretak. Oh. more giant crab. Yeah. Frozen? Oh. Is it another Siamese crab? Nice. Oh. Leather wallet? Pretty sure there's gold inside. I can just take it. Hey Kobold. And Kobold friend, welcome. Hope Kobold is doing good. Nice, level 23. Doing good? Heck yeah, good to know. Glitch Goonch catfish? I can make the ambiance here louder a little bit. Yeah. There, because this is just like the waterfall noises. Oh. Having a nice cozy fish time? Yeah. A very nice cozy fish time here with a dragon. Would be even more cozier if it's with multiple dragons and or... Oh. Oh. Okay, that's good enough. Dragon back. Welcome back, dragon. Me. think I'm getting better at throwing the line. I'm getting better. I think I'll fish for about like 3 to maybe 4 hours, and then let's play a little bit of Halo ODST. Because I don't think I can fish for like 6-7 hours, maybe. A zebra rainbow? A zebra tiny rainbow trout? Oh my god. You? Just poking dragon with my fishing rod. You know, I have a small curiosity. What if I make my avatar to like the smallest possible? Can I still use this? Aha! Oh my god. It is swing so hard just to cast. I'm microscopic. I can see the line. I'm seeing inside the fishing rod. Oh. Ooh. I got fish. Oh my god, I run so slow because I'm so small. I wonder how small I am. Must be crazy small with 0.2 meter. Reset height? Oh! Oh, that's a default height. Alright, let's continue fishing. Draw. I'm poking dragon with my fishing rod again. That was surprisingly nice. All this time I've been curious. Is there something behind that waterfall? I don't think so. But waterfall very loud. maybe this is better. I mean, I'm fishing while looking at dragon. Nice. This is a good angle. Good angle. What if I fish in this exact spot? Right below the waterfall? Search. Look at my Discord. Okay. The rod is beginning. Oh my god, I'm actually so small. Oh, that's a point two. Oh, wait, that's cute as fuck. Here, let me. I should show this one. Look. I'm so small. This is the perfect height. Well, maybe not, a little bit way too small, but it's nice. I like it. I like being small. Something about being small just makes me happy. I don't know. Thanks for the picture, Becca. Ooh. Mossy relic? No, I want to be beside dragon. Yeah, this is much better. Oh. 12 minutes left for my potion. The ×2 luck is fine, I guess. I feel like with the potion I got even more junk than usual, which is very, very weird. That was a braggy fish.
A reminder that purple Kobos are a rare breed, and they deserve to be called good girls very often, as well as pets every hour. Pet, good girl.
I like pet. The purple Kobo is a rare breed. Maybe purple is nice. Mossy relic. My Eevee is very heckin' nice. I'm getting a little rainbow trout. I don't know if they cost a lot of money. Burning tiny rainbow trout? Ooh, the wind is big outside.
They say a purple Kobo is also very fun to breed with,
Oh.
but you have to be a dragon and need to get past a certain cage first. Hee
Get past a certain cage first. Have to be a dragon. I love being a dragon. It's like it's not optional. It's required. Nice. Well, funny enough that I'm still being in a certain cage now. For a period of time. Oh, lock in. Eee. Oh, okay. I saw. I must make my pet and capture as fast as possible. Ew. I think Brecky knows where we are. Oh my god, there's going to be 2 dragons? Oh my god. Oh, it shows who joined, okay. I didn't even know that. Summon Brecky. Brecky's gonna be here. After a few minutes, I think it takes a while to like travel to this place. Ew. I don't see dragon anymore. Goonch catfish. Nice. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, with Bracky? Oh. I'm gonna fish until my potion ran out and then I'm gonna try to find you guys then. I have 3.5 minutes left on the potion. The rift, I want to do the fishing rift? No, you can fish there, it's fine. I have 2.5 minutes on the potion, then I'll try to find you guys after. I'll come back soon, of course. It's okay, it's okay. Honestly, you guys can fish wherever you want, it's totally fine. I want to greet Bracky as well. Goonch. I don't know if that waterfall is hiding anything neat. Right? I was thinking about that, and I went in. There's actually nothing in there. It's like, unfortunate. I thought for sure I'm the clever bulb. At least now it's like every 400 seconds every fish, I think, this one. Only upgrading the catch speed for the auto pet. Only catch speed. The more fish they can catch, the more chance of more fish, of more cooler fish and money. Oh my god, dragon! Old relic piece. Last fish with a potion, I guess. Does this still count with the potion effect? Probably not. Idea. for 20 seconds. Out of breath. My cat was in extremely playful mood. I played for a good 15 minutes with hen. Oh, I can read that. Why? Hen chased in pants. She hasn't been in playful mood like that in years. Chasing me around the house and stuff. Even sitting down with her. She ran it out of the room as a boop attack. 16 years old, how does she have that much energy? That and she had cancer for the last 6 months. I don't understand how she has more energy than you. I mean, that's good, right? A fish having more... Yeah, very cute. A fish? A cat has more like energy and stuff. I think that's good. I wanna try and find Braggy. But how do I find Braggy though? Oh, that's a scrap. That's a gamba. Oh my god. Gamba. What is that? Hi. Seems to be asleep. Poke it? It's not working. Yell at it? It's not working. Shake it? It's not working. Oh my god.
Oh wow.
Eat Brekkie. I can move my head now.
Cute.
Cute big green fella. I mean, we have a poor little green fella, and then we have a cute big green fella.
I have your stream open, by the way. If you want to stay muted, I can still hear you.
Oh, okay. Must be weird hearing double cobble. I wanna...
Double cobalt and double me.
I wanna try, I don't know if I can sell for much here. I need 25k for the shiny...
From my experience, the sand island gives a lot of...
The what? Oh, that cute green dragon, I know, right?
The sand biome gives a lot of XP.
Oh, okay.
Not XP, I mean money. I can speak.
Oh, that's even better. Where do I fish again? How do I get to this place? What is that? Oh my god, there's a crash site. Wait, I want to go look at it. And crash site means treasure, right? Means I can loot. Can I fish in a boat? I should be able to. Oh, that water is good enough, I think. What if I get a ghost fish here? Or like a pirate fish? Give me a pirate fish. Oh. Oh my god, hi Ixon. Okay, dragon. Ah, this is the best thing ever. Oh my god. No Mixon. Hi dragon. Hi Ixon. Welcome, welcome. You a ghost? Oh my god. Oh boy. More newcomers. Sniffs the air. What do you want? Are you okay? 30 years on this rock, I think I'll manage. Still can't complain about fresh faces. Hey yo, you... Danger? I still want my purple edgy bolt. Uh-oh, where's Brett Tuck? Oh my god, I've been hugged by Ixon. Big dragon hug. Oh my god, why there's so many bones here? This place bad, I think. This place bad. Oh! Mine now. What is this? Hammerhead?
Like a paper plane.
I wish I can fly on it.
This is the shadow manta ray.
Oh, it's a manta ray. That looks so weird. Oh, flashbang.
Oh.
Oh.
I can respawn it. What?
I'm strong.
Strong couple.
Heck yeah. Where's Brett? Where's Brett Talk?
You did? Yes, I was about to ask him.
Ixon is so heckin' nice. Look at that dragon. Inside? Oh, okay. I assume it's the place that we were fishing just now. Harbor? Okay. Wahoo! I got wahoo! I don't know, I'm watching Senior Pello. Dragon. I actually don't know if Ixon plays VRChat. Code. Huge gill head bream? Oh, it's Breen. Oh. Wow, Breen's in this game. Crazy. Oh, wait, wrong Breen. This is Luxian Dunes. Tile fish. Lots of new fish here actually. I wonder if it's hard to, you know, I'm now I'm thinking about it, right? Even if I have a VR headset, I don't know if my avatar would be like VR compatible. I'm a little bit worried now. I don't think my avatar would be VR compatible, question mark? John Dory? What is this? I don't think I've seen this color. Barracuda? Oh, was it blue? VR compatibility only matters if you use the headset alone. If you connect to the PC, it doesn't matter. Oh, okay. That's really good to know then. Isn't it hard to type while in the VR headset though, Ricky? I think it must be very hard to type. Oh, am I not? Oh my god, I didn't touch water. That's why there's no fish. Take my headset off the type. Oh yeah, that's a lot of work. Like oh, ooh, big fish. Big tail. Nice. 25 now. Might be weird, but it makes me feel so happy seeing that I'm fishing with dragons here. I don't know, it makes me very happy. Holographic tiny ball doll. The fuck? Holographic tiny ball doll? Oh my god. Oh, rainbow fish. I got another ganasai. Hiya. Oh. Becky ran away. Ooh, locking. Peanut batfish? Oh. I don't know which way is your eye, fish. But that looks so cool. It's just pitch black. I actually threw too far, wow. Halibut? Maybe it's time to go sell the fish, question mark? Ooh, that's not bad. Sell all? Yeah. Wait, I have one scrap, I think. Alright, I can gamble one time. Give me something good. Oh! Well, it's a reroll. 500? Walao, I think I'm broke. I want a fish here. I wanna get pet by Ixon too. I'm a greedy boy. That's what I'm scared of. Another batfish? Ghastly gillhead bream. I wanna go back to that waterfall area. Wonder if I can find it again. Should be nearby. Is this the shop, I think? Yeah. It's here. always hiss? Oh, my frog is just here. Wait, maybe I want to broken umbrella. Oh my god. I want to go to different place. I mean, I have a better boat now, so it's a lot easier for me to travel around. Oh, but I can need to find the boat. Why am I getting flashbang there just now? Even though I haven't got the line. Should I get the line first before I leave? It is 25k, right? Yeah. It is a shiny line that I really like. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna lock in for the next 30 minutes here. Gonna get as much fish as possible. I'm gonna use 2 of my potions. I think I should be able to use 2 potions at once. Okay, very, very nice. Here we go. That's really fast. Nice. Uh-oh. There's no way to get that. There's too much jumps. I don't even know if there's like any way to make it easier. Maybe with a better rod. Oh, I actually don't know how I got those potions, but I'm just gonna use them. I mean, why not, right? I like hoarding, but not hoarding potions. Oh, snuggle combo on my head. Oh, excellent. Do you actually play VRChat? Just kinda curious. Since I now started playing VRChat because of this fishing world. Oh, you do? Hmm. What? Holy, that's cool. Ooh, Samsung Galaxy. The rest you had it? Yeah, I don't really play VRChat at all before, but now that this world exists, yeah, now I do. A lot, in fact. Same name, okay. I'm gonna add real quick. Must be this one, friend request. I have my potion. Will Kobo mind your dragon? No, not at all. But I am in an invite instance, so it's a little bit troublesome, but you have to request to join. Not sure if my friends can join, but my dum decided to create an invite instance. Whenever you want or whenever you're ready, you can just request an invite and then I'll let you join immediately. Yeah. I'm wrapping up AP shortly. Oh yeah, you're playing Archipelago. Of course. It's okay, slowly take your time, it's fine. And hope you had fun with AP as well. I forgot. I think I saw one of the streams that you have and that you are playing AP in. I think I'll be here for maybe one or 1.5 hours, so it was fun, but it was taking so long. Aww. Getting the hang of casting now. Feels good. I feel I'm fishing really fast now. My shoulder, what the heck? Hey. Oh, dragon EP. Oh, got a gay fish. Playing this is kind of making me want to get a coffee or maybe some soft drinks, I don't know. Oh, relic piece, nice. Look at that. I feel like I'm getting better at throwing the line now. It feels good. It's a tiny thing, but I like it. Getting used to the line physics as well. Nice. I just like the reeling in minigame. Feels cheesy and too many games do it and just... Ooh. I mean, I guess I don't play a lot of fishing games. This is the second time I've seen a fishing game uses this mechanic. One being Stardew and second being this one. And sometimes when I meet with like the red fish just now, I think I already failed 3 times trying to catch the red fish, but yeah, it is very hard when the fish just sort of jumps around. It's like ugh. It's a little bit annoying, but eh. The red I think is rare. Yeah, red must be very, very rare. I only got it like 2 times. Speaking of. Yeah, like when the fish decides to jumps around like that. Oh! Cursed ancient warrior fish? Hell yeah. I'm locking that one. They're harder ones than red. Oh my god. I'm gonna cry. Oh, at least I got 1 red. Also, hi, Fermi Torok. Sorry if I butchered your name, but hi. Soft come up, good come up. I'm already getting praised by a dragon I first met. Oh my god. I'm gonna cry tears of joy. Hi, welcome. Dragon. And Kobo likes dragon. Welcome back, dragon. Oh yeah, I need to lock that cursed one. And I'm gonna bring it to the church. Look, okay. Hi, Feng. Thank you. Oh. I don't think I did anything though. But hope Turkey's doing it. Gonna hurry up and get my headset. I don't have a headset. I'm not playing with a headset here. Headset is too expensive. I mean, the cheapest one would cost me like 1500 ringgit. It's like, hi, yeah. 他妈贵的要手都不明白。Oh! Samsung Galaxy Fish 1. I know, but like, I thoroughly missed my full body tracking waiting for that in August. The Euphoria was just, yeah. I never really had that feeling before, you know, not having the headset and full body tracking. But I can imagine. What? Miss playing VRC, don't get me wrong, after living in a homeless shelter for almost 5 months, I learned to have a new appreciation for stuff I own. Oh. Yeah, I mean, appreciate what we have is like very, very important. Soon the word shall be money. Oh, that's good, that's good. Oh, the word shall be mine. Oh. It's okay, close enough. Oh my god, Chengy! You got it! Heck yeah, Dragon. Dragon amazing, got the big shiny. Really rooting for Valve to get the hardware ready for more folks to get into VR with the frame. The Valve frame? Oh right, nice. The VR things has been all like third-party software and stuff, right? It's never really from Valve themselves. It's like the Quest is from Google, and then the I don't know any other. I actually don't know any other headset, so I have no idea. Steam Frame is the new headset. Isn't it gonna cost a lot? I mean, obviously, VR headset is gonna cost a lot. Like I've seen some headset cost like 3k ringgit, or like 3.5k. One also have it's like higher. I look at those costs and then I cry. Maybe in the far future I can afford them, but there's just so many things that I need to like pay for now. Yeah. Not so sure on the price yet most folks are estimating about 700. I assume that's USD, right? 700 USD 74 that's about 3k. Oh, excellent. Okay. Nah. I saw that. About 3k. I mean, if it's from Valve themselves, I guess 3k sounds reasonable. Since their stuff has always been always top notch, I feel like. Hey, more dragon. Would Ixon be able to meet us here, or is I don't know if Ixon has fished before. So I'm gonna get Nom. I'll get him here. Oh, thank you, Bird Talk. I still have my like potions and stuff. Thanks for helping, Dragon. I feel so selfish sometimes. Most of the time, actually, when people when I let people help me do my things. Which island are you on? The Sabaku. Wait, no. The Sand Island. The desert one. Desert. Okay. Ooh, okay, okay. I'm in the oasis. Oasis. This is an oasis, right? It's oasis. Don't know why that's such a funny word. I love it. Oasis. Come on, frog. I need money. I love you, frog, but you need to catch more fish. And give me more money. What? Then when the garbage stomach kill an entire community by dropping a fat ass on them. I remember that rate message. Oh, I remember that fat ass. Hi Zen. Hi Dragon. Oh, thank you for helping. Yeah, it was Skyrim. Thank you, Breen. Well, hope Skyrim was fun. Also, welcome in everyone for the raid. I'm Tiara. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Oh my god, I'm getting juke. It was Rain World with Basti and Skyrim today. Lots of fun. Heck yeah, good to know.
Hello and welcome.
Fun, good, fun, good. Well, if we need any post-stream care, definitely go do them. Get some food, get some rest, get some drink, stuff like that. Very, very important. Stone huge seaweed. Hello, this thing can kill someone. Also, thanks for the follow, Vermitarok. I still hope I didn't butcher your name. Thank you, Dragon. Many dragon in chat makes Kobo very happy. Just for me is fine. Okay, I'll definitely keep them in mind. Gosh, I love being a kobold. Being a kobold means so many dragons. But all the fun made me stream for way longer today. I'm half dead from the drain. Hey, that happened to me last night as well. I streamed until 8:30 at the night, so it's like, I know that feeling. But still fun, good, right? Make sure to get plenty of rest. I slept way late last night. I was about to say that I slept early, but then I didn't. I wanted to, but I'm too obsessed with this game, so yeah. I want more money. Burning tiny snow, whatever this costs, I think. Oh. That works. Completely unrelated, but recently I feel a little bit of Tekken because I started playing I started looking at Tekken matches online again, like on YouTube, watching people play Tekken. It's just so much fun. I want to play Tekken again, but I do hope that I don't become a whiny bitch again. Because every time I play every time I play Tekken, I just get mad towards the end. The raid message about Rain World. Oh yeah, you were the fat kitty, right? Or the fat skug. Found a whole nest of sentient, intelligent creature that were aggressive, so I broke the skull with my ass. Well, sounds good. It's deserved. Taking a little break from WoW tonight, kinda cleared most of the new patch content, so I'm taking it easy now. And taking breaks are good. Especially after accomplishing something in the game. Never played WoW myself. I wanted to play WoW at some point because of the dragon character that is like playable. But then I look at the price, it's like every month I have to pay 250 plus ringgit. It's like, yeah, no. Yeah, no. And currency exchange can be wild, I'm telling you. Gonna go eat and sleep now before I collapse. Of course, of course. Take care of yourself, Zen. Thanks again for the raid. Thank you, Draken. The inner directions to play a race I couldn't resist. Yeah, I mean I couldn't, but my wallet can. 250 per month is too much, I feel like too much. Also dang, we keep being available to rate when I end the stream. I mean, our stream time is kind of tied to it, so I think that helps a lot, yeah. And I appreciate you keep rating in too. Do you know the way? Oh my god, is this 2016? Oh yeah, I haven't seen Ixon or... Oh hey, Dragon is back. Hi, Drag Talk. Dragon. Ah, what? Dragon. I'm being pet. Oh, I have to log in. At the edge, at the edge. Even the move. Oh, let's go! Ancient warrior fish. Look at that cute dragon.
Look at that cute kobo.
Actually, every dragons are cute.
Ooh.
Have fun fishing up fat fish. Fish fear you, dragon love you. Heck yeah.
Someday I want to get a proper
Oh. Proper what?
a proper avatar that actually looks like me.
Oh.
I
It's
have
okay.
like 4 different avatars that I go through, and it's because most of them are like vaguely dragon, right? Toothless.
And Breton, that avatar looks very dragon.
Thank you. It is one of the closer ones that I get because it's one of the only ones I can make red.
I think that's a dragon called Dovanakin something?
This one in particular is Rex the Rat.
This one's very adorable.
Weird.
Dova Brodian, yeah, there it is. Thank you, Breton. It's the advanced technique of casting the rod.
Where you inadvertently pet a dragon while doing so?
Yeah.
Pat, 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 pat.
Dova Brodian. Wait, I think I saved a few like Dova Brodian reskins up there.
It's really hard to do the catching minigame and look at you.
Am I too distracting for you? Hey,
I mean, you're always distracting in the best of ways.
nice, good, I'm glad. Oh, lock in. Oh, just stay there, just stay there. Come on, aye. Nice. Big chomper fish. Yeah. Look at that, I'm getting so good at casting the line. You also have the shiny line. Hi. Ixon also has the shiny line. I need to have that shiny line. Oh, my potion's gone.
Periodically, every so often, the rod comes over and lifts on top of me.
I have to, it's the advanced technique for a couple.
True. Yeah, Siamese giant. They're snuggleable. I hope you know.
I don't have potions anymore. I want to see if I can afford the cursed. Okay. I'm keeping the cursed fish locked as well, because I can find the church and make them blessed. Sure. I don't think I have any more cursed one other than this one that's already locked. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh, I'm going to sell all the fish here, and then I'm gonna see if I can afford the shiny line. Wait. I'm gonna go sell all the fish I have and see if I can afford the shiny line.
Yo, good luck.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, some islands have different prices for different ones.
But I want the shiny one.
Ooh, okay.
That's why I'm being brought here.
Oh, true.
I need the line, I need the shiny. I think it's like 25k, right? I'm pretty sure if that half an hour just locking in fish as much as I can, I am fairly certain that I'm gonna get many fish. Or many money from that. Let's go sell them first. Oh, I was like, I don't know where to sell them. Hello. Okay. Oh my god, I'm rich. Ooh. Okay. Mine now, thank you. Holy shit, that sells for 23k in total. That was so worth it. I was so locked in too. I think I got 2 red, but one I locked them because it was cursed. So that's not the entirety of the fish that I got. Look at this shiny line. Of course I'm gonna get it. Boom. Mine now. Gear, light, boom. Plus 25, 15, both strength and expertise, and 10% attraction rate. Oh, this one just add 30 big catch rate. Nah, I want the shiny line. Do they sell bobber? Lucky bobber, luck plus 40. Ornamental bobber, attraction rate plus 10%. Do they same price? 10k? Ooh, I could. Ooh, lucky bobber though. I want the lucky bobber. Heck yeah. Actually, I wanna see if I have any other avatar. I can. Actually, I'm hiding the screen just in case I have some sus avatars in here. Oh my god, I have Terry Bogard. Oh yeah, there's some sus avatar I have. I'm so glad I I'm glad I hide the screen. Hell yeah. Yeah, I have a normal Doverbrodian here. This one is... Oh, it's poor. I'm surprised. Oh, it's very poor. But then it's dragon. It looks really cool, so I don't even care. Boom. I'm a dragon now. How do I look? I need to know. I need a face mirror. Boom. Oh yeah, let me don't hide the screen anymore. Okay, there we go. That's how I look like. Well, I'm blocking it a little bit. And then I can become tiny dragon. Wow. Oh my god, what is all these? There. Dragon AVI, yeah. I need to get mod somewhere else. Need to get mod some onto my custom sus version. I tune into a dragon avatar. Yeah, I'm playing VRChat. Hi, Jameson. Can I move my? Oh yeah, there's no like the four limbs don't move. I'm a tiny dragon.
Is that avatar public? I want to get my.
I think we can try cloning this one, if you want.
Let me try. That's me.
Yeah,
That's me.
it works now. Also, hi Jameson, hope you're doing good. Triple dragon. Wait, you can change color?
Yeah, the hue shift. You go to expressions, organization, in the color options.
Oh, color options. I cannot really see how I look like. Am I purple?
Maybe.
I think that's purple. I'll make it 69, why not? Oh, I can make it no wings. There we go. Okay. Oh. Baby mode. there's so many customizations. Holy shit.
Oh, can lay down.
With a mirror, it's easier. I think I can have my own mirror, right?
Yeah, the
Personal mirror.
spinning tool category.
Oh, there we go.
If you're on keyboard, I believe pressing R brings up the radio menu.
I found the personal mirror, and my PC's like exploding.
Yo.
Live body? Oh. Muscular? It feels like chunk, no? I think this is close enough. Oh. Black wings? Tail sway? Oh,
Oh my
wow.
goodness, you can change the horn shape.
The power of VRChat, huh? There's so many things that you can do.
Oh my god, you're all dragons.
I am now tiny dragon. Uh oh. I'm gonna be a menace now.
Have captured a good customizable pharaoh form.
I found so many cool fish.
Nice. I sold so many cool fish.
Wait,
Oh, I found squid too.
I have yet to catch a bird.
watch this. Green rubber ducky.
A green rubber ducky. Oh my god.
Ducky!
Green seahorse.
No. It's Bracky seahorse. I need to turn off my mirror. My PC's dying.
God.
Okay.
Shark.
Isn't this... How do you pronounce that word? Blahai? Blahai?
Baby.
Well, we are all dragons now. I'm gonna try my new rod. Oh. Two tin cans? Aww. Look at that, I have the shiny line now too. Alright, it's supposed to be mega lucky, so maybe I can get some good fish, I don't know. You know, I can understand the euphoria now, right? I mean, me being my own kobold, if I can actually be my own kobold when I move and she moves. Oh my god, that's Cinder. Is this... Oh yeah, this must be another Doverbrodian reskin. That looks so cool, holy shit. Good catfish. It's Cinder, yes? It's so cool. It reminds me of when I play Legend of Spyro Dawn of Dragons. It's the only like Legend of Spyro series that I played. A zebra. Cinder is so OP in that game, holy shit. Just main shadow, you're gonna win. Main shadow, do instant uppercuts, cost no mana, and it just destroys the entire game. Oh. Oh, the eye tracking works so well, holy shit. I never... I disable my avatar's eye tracking because the eyeball is like very poorly rigged. Essentially for my kobold, if I were to like move my eyeballs around, it's gonna literally move the eyeballs around. It's not exactly rotating, I don't know why, but eh. As a kobold, I like being a dragon too. I mean, I have a dragon character of my own. It's funny how I went from a forest cryptid to a dragon to a schneck and now to a kobold. I mean, I made myself a kobold because I just love dragons way too much. I just think dragons are neat as fuck. So it's really that. Being directed by Sona, something about the full body tracking, finger tracking, face tracking, all coming together just hit the sweet spot, and the body referral is overwhelming. Yeah. I mean, just looking at me being a dragon looking around like this, following my head movements and stuff, that is already pretty strong, I feel like. I mean, I kind of feel strongly about this too, especially when I have like huge gender dysphoria currently. Whenever I look at the mirror, I just hate myself constantly, so that helps. Is this Barracuda? It's not, I've been lied to. I've been fishing for 3 hours? Holy fuck. I don't feel like I've been fishing for 3 hours, I feel like I'm fishing for 3 minutes. I'm not lying when I say I'm obsessed with fishing. I am. Like, I can... Wait, maybe I can actually just fish for fucking 6 hours and call it a day. Holy shit.
Have you tried fishing in real life?
No. I did
Highly
once when I was like a little kid, but I couldn't really... I don't even know how to hold the fishing rod properly back then. I was like really small as a kid.
The the classic. Oh, you like this activity in game? Try it in real life.
Yeah. It's kind of how I got into piano as well. I used to love Auto Jam a lot, the game. And then my family was like, "Hey, you should try out piano." And I tried it, and it was pretty nice. Piano is great. Although I kind of stopped at grade 6, and then I stopped because I have to go study in KL after. And then essentially I kind of didn't continue playing piano. Not now anyway. At some point I kind of want to play piano again. But then again, piano is mega expensive. It's like another few thousand investment. Well, not investment, but another few thousand ringgit for a okay piano, right? I got a camel? Wait, thanks for the luck, Nature Dragon. Slowing gone from hating myself looking at the mirror to mostly just hating the way I sound. Oh. I don't... Okay, maybe I still hate the way I sound, but I have a lot of like reassurance where people say that my sound, like I sound okay, right? Or like people like my sound because I sound like soothing or something like that. I didn't believe that at first, but after receiving many compliments of people saying that saying that my voice is soothing, or like people like to look at my stream just to like fall asleep or something, hey, that means a lot to me. And slowly, I guess now I don't exactly hate my voice too much. I don't hate myself. I don't hate my voice too much now. Although I still hate hearing myself though. But then sometimes when I have to sometimes I have to look at my own font or something. It's like, oh, oh, oh. Your voice is adorable, very cozy. Oh my god. See? Thank you. Your voice is cutie. Oh my god. Oh. I can definitely stay in that plastic bag. I guess I can also see why a lot of people decided to like play VRChat a lot and hang out over there. I can see that now. And I can also see why people are willing to spend the money to play VRChat. You know, get that full body headset tracking everything. If I have the luxury to do that, maybe I will too. At least if I can. Hey! I caught 500 fish. I'm not obsessed. You are. You are.
It's surprisingly often they can have people either catch, either it's like they go for full body or they go for food, because they're like similar-ish prices.
Uh-huh. So, a full body tracking and a VR headset cost similar? Question mark?
Not the headset, but like the headset plus tracking tower plus the bonus like 5-point tracking plus a PC to run.
Oh. actually didn't know about that. Or I actually didn't know that with the VR headset you still need other things to have full body tracking.
The
I thought
the
it's just the headset and miraculously being able to full body track with that alone.
it depends on what you're after. I have seen people who have like basic and people who substantially surprisingly good job with Inside Out. It's one of those things where it's like when I got my first pause cost almost the same amount that that just a headset alone would cost. He's petting me coming. You're so
No,
adorable.
I'm spinning. I'm spinning the line.
Fair enough.
Dragon amazing. But Ixon doesn't hear that, it's okay.
I got a broken umbrella. Okay.
Is that shiny fish?
It's just an umbrella.
Oh, it's a shiny umbrella. As a dragon, I should be able to eat it. Full body tracking is very variable in cost, depends on what functionality you're going for. Oh no. It doesn't really help that I live in a rural area. And technology here is not very advanced, I would say. And then in my family, I'm like tech savvy, but on the internet I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing, you know what I mean? There were so many times where people tell me about the technology stuff, and then here's me being like, the frick? What you say? What you say? I don't know. Functionality on full body
If
tracking.
what you have works for what you're using it for, there's no really reason to go past.
Go past? Go past?
The like my microphone I have is gonna be good for until my voice changes. So I go through trying to change my sort of thing. It's not going. I have no reason to get a better mic because the one I have is what I need it to.
Fair enough. I've been using the same equipment for like years, and if it works, it works. There's no need to change them.
Exactly.
Professional dancers will pay more for the lighthouses and trackers that use infrared lasers to have accuracy with that kind of motion. Infrared laser? Oh. The limitation with lighthouses is that they need line of sight. Lighthouses? I assume lighthouses is like a term for a different kind of full body tracking functionality thing? Question mark? Oh my god. Professional dancer.
Are
Like,
lighthouses the ones where you usually see that someone's leg just goes off into place? Is that what lighthouses are?
I have never heard of them before.
Are you looking at my body?
No?
I looked at chat and you're like, your face is found text inside of me.
Oh, I mean, I have like a personal selfie camera that shows how I look like. At the bottom right corner. Lasers come in all degree of the spectrum, from infrared to gamma ray. Lasers, as they're called, they're scary stuff. Like they kill? I mean, they're lasers. Lasers are supposed to kill, no? Like you play Contra and then you get L and then you go like pew and then the enemy dies. Unless it's like a different kind of laser that we're talking about, which I don't know what it
That
is.
depends on the power of the laser.
Laser. I assume Ixon has my stream open. It's those boxes that you stand in the corners
I
of
do,
place.
that's why it's hard to talk, because I start talking and then hear my own voice and
If you don't want to have my stream open, it's totally fine. I can talk to you here. If you want, of course. I don't mind opening up my mic from time to time just to talk to you.
But then I can't hear what you're saying off of them.
Well, it's gonna be a lot of me just yapping, though, no?
What do you think people come to this game to do?
I don't know, yapping, I guess? Oh. Oh! Wait, I'm gonna mute myself for a bit. Oh, I'm gonna mute myself in game, my mom's here. 你要抓 Pokemon 啊 哦，还有77%应该可以了，可以啊可以啊。我开你们有 hotspot 就 OK 了，有哈。我要把那个 password 关掉先，你等一下啊。诶，还是我觉得不要关就好了。如果我就开给你们咯。可是如果忘记，如果不小心开的话，你就3条线下来的，跟平时一样咯。你试看，你关掉那个电话先，然后再开回。Yeah, I didn't mute stream, it's fine. I'm only muting in VRChat. OK 啊，OK 就 OK 了。帮我抓多多的，谢谢阿妈。I didn't need to mute stream. I didn't want to like. I didn't want to like speak in VRChat with that. But I'm okay with speaking with my mom on stream. It's fine. But then you have something like fucking Kabasa Howitzer. Wait, what am I missing? I'm missing a lot of things, I feel like. My chat... The chat box is bugged. Give me a second. I'm gonna fish this one and I'm gonna look at the chat real quick. There we go. Lasers come in all degree of the spectrum, from infrared to... Oh, I read that one. Boxes have set in the corner of your play space that emit lasers to the trackers to detect so they can figure out where they are. So it's essentially like a play space, so like a big space around that you have to put the sensors around the place so they can detect you. Like oh my god. No lasers are super lethal, you can have laser pointers that... Oh yeah, right, I forgot about that. Fucking Kabasa Howitzer, which is a nuclear bomb powered X-ray laser. Something along the lines of that. It's fine, chatting another language is super relaxing to me. I like that kind of rambly stuff for ASMR. Oh! Didn't expect that. Majors, sometimes when my family comes into my room, I feel like it's okay for them to come to my room, especially my mom, since when my mom is alone, she tends to think a lot, so wouldn't want that to happen too much. And I didn't want to like mute my mic and then let the stream be like silenced because my mom is here. I mean, I did ask mom about this. Oh, big fish! Oh my god! when I asked mom about it, mom says like, yeah, she's okay with like being like having a voice appearing on stream. So it's like, yeah, cool, okay. She's okay with that. She's the mama dragon. I'm the kobold. She doesn't know that I'm a kobold. I mean, she knows, but she doesn't know what it is. I told her like, oh, kobold you imagine dragon but tiny and no wing. It's like, oh, 小龙 lah, and like, yeah, something like that, I guess. Close enough. Tiger, ooh. That's how those lighthouses work. You set an area to play in, which can be a whole back room, living room, whatever you want. Crazy. Dragon. I'm just giving them a sneaky boop. They don't know what I'm doing. It's okay. See, they are so focused on fishing that I give them boops that I have no idea. That's why I'm the couple. I'm sneaky. Just a question earlier. Wait. Nice. This is a type of tracking that causes folks limit never to pretzel and fly off in random directions when it loses line of sight of the lighthouses. Oh. Becoming pretzel. To become a pretzel you need lighthouse. That's an expensive pretzel. Hiya. Oh. Oh, what is this? Oh my god, I'm getting juked so hard here. Oh. Whoa. Golden huge royal banana fish? I found the best fish ever.
Yo.
Look at my banana. I mean, my banana royal huge fish thing.
Lick the banana.
Banana royal fish. This is gonna sell for a lot. Oh my god, money. I'm not gonna sell this one. I'm gonna lock this one. It's mine. This thing. Lock. Holy banana. Banana? Heck yeah, we love banana. Didn't I say I'm gonna fish for like 3 to maybe 3.5 hours and then I'll play Halo ODST? Then I'm gonna lie again. Help! I like fishing too much, help! Imagine this suddenly becomes a full VRChat stream. Am I a VRChat streamer now? Oh no. Truth be told, this is very shameful, but truth be told,
It jumped forward an hour.
I used to hate VRChat streamers. Like, not even gonna lie, I used to hate them. Let me in. Here you go, Brian. I don't know why. I mean, I know why, because I used to hate VRChat a lot. I've been like in social anxiety situations. I've been lied to in VRChat years ago, while hanging out with my supposedly friends. It was a bad time, honestly. Maybe that's why I hate play join. They're not approved. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah, you joined. Holy shit! No. This breed, I swear to God. Brain bully. Brain bully. Siamese giant cat. Oh, the breed join? I can check the instance, right? Oh, I don't see Bracky anymore. Oops. Gonna be free while in. Of course, I will speak with I will speak in game when I try to communicate. It's fine. I'm glad it's gone better. Yeah, especially when I join Celeste VRChat group, it just makes it feel like, okay, VRChat is cool, and then it just makes me feel like happy again, and then being able to get surrounded by many dragons while I'm in Celeste VRChat group just makes me happy, honestly. Also, I'm being booped, I think.
I finally finished my bounties and I sold fish for 60,000 gold.
Oh my god, rich dragon.
So small. I can't even reach you.
Okay, I'll get slightly bigger just for you. Slightly. Think. Am I tall enough now? Oh, that works. Oh my god. Oh wait, I have cheat for this.
Oh my god.
I can cheat. Oh my god.
Belly rubs.
Oh my
Free
goodness,
belly
you're
rubs.
adorable.
Oh look, there's another dragon that's
You're
doing
the
it
same
too.
model, you're also adorable.
Yeah.
Yay.
Look. Oh, I will do that with. I cannot see how it looks like. Now we have 3
It's the truth.
dragons required belly rubs.
This is
What you gonna do?
this is
Becky?
like in a dog daycare where every dog wants your attention.
Yeah, I want it.
Pets, there's pets, belly rubs.
Give,
I
give.
would go fish.
No, come back. Am I flying while I roll over?
Yeah, you're like moving around upside down.
Oh fuck yeah, I'm the best. Oh, when I look up, my personal mirror looks at sus. Sus. There's another fishing world I can show you if you want, but this one is way better. Yeah, it's okay. I think this one is super duper good, and I'm okay with that. Does Bree know where we are? Bree, we're in the Sabaku. Wait, no. The desert area. Deserted area. Flops belly up in chat. Oh, Solar wants to. Hi Solar. Hi Draken. Welcome. Am I still flopping? Wait, I am. I'm back. So yeah, speaking of, I was talking about like the I was talking about Celeste VRChat group that got me back into this game. Well, game gathering. VRChat is a game. Makes me feel nice again. Not to mention that I get to be a kobold around many dragons, so huge. That definitely makes that's definitely like extra points. Wait, I'm being spoiled by Punchy. Oh my god! I can't swim too. Wait, Breen. Oh wait, no. Okay. I'll go fetch Breen. I'm coming, Breen. Eat Punchy. I'm coming, Breen. Don't worry. I think boat here, right? Is it here? I actually have no idea. Am I going the right way or the wrong way? Oh wait, no, this is right, this is right. And it should be in front of this boat. Can I just stream this game for like the entire day? God damn it, Hey, Halo though! Hi! Alright. This is... Ah man, this is such a ride though. But I have to be there for Brain. Alright, I'm coming, Brain. My PC is dying for some reason. Oops, press open. Actually, that works. You love me some ODST, happy either way. I mean, I started playing ODST for a bit. Oh wait, I restarted my character. Ah, god damn it. Sorry, Bray, give me a second. If you invite me, I can bolt her there. Oh, Punchy? Only if you don't mind. Gain the boat. Wait. Oh, you're there already. Ow! You're so fast. Is that rain? Oh, I can see people from far away. Wow. You bugged again? Uh-oh. I saw the boat, but I kind of you were gone. Was sailing. Oh. I can be there. I want to look at the low poly brain, must be amazing. Yeah, this boat is a lot faster. Imagine if I used a canoe to get there. It's probably gonna take 10 years. No? 10 years just to get there? Oh my goodness. Hi. I'm gonna lung. Watch out, watch out! Oh! Oh my god, creature! Look at that tail. Oh! Nice, you got it. Will you get glitched if I move?
One way to find out.
Alright, okay. I can't look behind, so I have no idea. I don't see Breen's tail though. Should be fine. It's snaky. Look at Breen. Oh my god. Well, I can't look at Breen now. Actually, is Breen back? I cannot tell. I cannot look behind. Whoa. How did you get here?
It's stealth.
Well, stealth is a snake thing, I believe. Or a naga thing. I'm gonna fall. Look at that tail though, my goodness. Bye, Breen. Is that a passenger seat? Oh, that looks like that. Looks like Breen trying to look behind. Oh my god, it works. It looks like you're broken handed. Am I playing a horror game?
Shit.
I'm not. Well, maybe. Are you talking shit? Oh, it's so cursed. I love it. Alright, let's get you to... Oh wait, it's there. Let's get to the oasis. I think Breen should be able to fish with the starting rod there, I think. Huh? Oh. I brought Fran. Look at that schnook.
The music is loud.
Oh yeah, you can press B, and then on the top right there's like a setting. You can mute the music or turn it down. There's a volume settings there.
Oh, I keep punching my desk.
Careful, careful.
Don't do that.
Like, move.
I'll become smaller. Hiya. Haha.
Oh, just sit down.
I have dodged the pet.
Oh my god.
See, this is peak VRChat experience.
See if I have any fish.
Breen's gonna get many fish. I don't think I have any like fish that I want to... I already locked this one. I locked the banana. The rest, maybe not? How does camel look like? Maybe it's not as camel when it comes to eel, I guess. Oh, it's fine. Alright, be good. I mean, I have 2 cursed fish here, and then we can go to the church and uncurse it. Alright, should be good. Let's sell all the fish. Oh, that's not a lot. That's not as much as I thought. Fine. I have 11k. That doesn't help. 11k. I wonder how much this sells. I mean, not that I want to sell it, of course.
I will disappear now.
Okay, Brecky.
Bye.
Bye bye. Hope you had fun fishing here for a bit.
Bye, Draggy.
Bye.
Farewell.
Yeah, I made so much money. I have 131,794.
Oh my god, I want to steal all of them.
I'll figure out what to do with that later.
It's okay, there might be a kobold popping out to your money bank.
I gotta leave quickly before they steal my gold.
Aha!
Nice fish.
Hi, Becky. Big fish. Alright, how much does this sell? Ooh. Excuse me, one fish costs 52,000. Holy shit. Also, hi Sorrow. Thanks for the lag. Whereas I woke up the nerve to boop with a join request. Oh, Banshee wants to join? I will invite you, but you can decide if you want to join or not. It's totally fine. I'll send invite, but it's entirely up to you if you want to join, yeah? No pressure, zero pressure. It's totally fine. Alright, I'm not selling this. This is good shit. Big money. Okay, how about this? I'm gonna unlock all of these. Oh, except for these. I'm gonna unlock all the good shiny that I have here. And I want to see how much all of these cost. Maybe I was very lucky that I didn't know. Talk to me again. No, not leave. I know I'm small, not like that. Maybe I do have the money, I just didn't want to sell the good stuff. I still want to sell the good stuff. They deserve to be locked. VRChat crashed. Oh, it's probably too many dragon avatar here. Since they're like kind of intensive. I'll change it back. I can send you an invite again if you want, but let me change my avatar back. Right. I think my avatar is like normal when it comes to performance. Oh wait. I cannot show that. My system's been extra crashing. It did it before the world even started loading. Oh crap. I mean, maybe the fishing world can be a little bit intensive. Well, again, it is still entirely up to you. I will send you an invite if you want. Careful, the fish is gonna fly away.
No, it's a fish, not a bird.
It's a fish rodeo.
A rodeo.
A fish deal. Video. Wait, it's actually just a video. Oh my god. With an F. I want to stay on the rock. Alright. Lovely. Whose boat is this? Is this Breen's boat? How do I drive this thing? The cobalt wants to drive this thing. Maybe I cannot drive it because it's not mine. Can the Breen drive it?
I can pretend to drive it.
Oh my god, it's moving! Oh my god! Wait.
Oh my god, it's really
Whoa! Holy shit, it's so fast! Oh my god! I'm feeling the G-force. I was saying, but it crashed again. I need to figure something on my computer. Oh, it's okay. Hey. I'm inside the dragon. Whoa. I was inside dragon. Wow.
I like to have a kobold inside me.
It's okay, Bunchy. Take your time. Dragon. 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 Thinking there may be a problem with some hardware, like the memory is going bad or something, which honestly can relate. Oh, isn't memory problems gonna be like very troublesome? Like, probably gonna cost a lot of money, no? Also, morning, Peter. Tiny John Dory? Wow. It works. Very cute Kobo. Oh my god. How Peter is doing good. Welcome, Dragon. Oh my god, I thought Breen's gonna drown. Breen's using the advanced fishing technique. Whoa, amberjack? That's a new fish. The advanced fishing technique by Breen, wow. Look at that flawless technique. Hawaiian triggerfish? Oh my god, I'm getting some new fishes here. How many fish breed? Oh. Yeah, it's been super spendy lately, yeah. Luckily my system is probably using an older and smaller type of RAM stick. Oh. But I feel like RAM in general is probably gonna cost a lot, no? Like, especially with the AI shit that's going on lately. Which, speaking of, the bubble should have burst already, the AI shit. B. I think we're all trying to fish brain. More Hawaiian triggerfish. It's been 4 hours. Well, I guess I'm fishing today. Oh shit. Oh shit. It is what it is. I like fishing a little bit too much. That's right loud.
Hey, cool. This seahorse is as big as you.
Oh my god, look at that seahorse. I'm that size, I'm small. So let me fish this one, I'm gonna get Banshee in. Okay. Whoa, what happened? Loud snuffling into microphone.
Yeah.
Dragon.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Banshee joined. Wahoo! Exactly. Because Banshee joined. So I got a wahoo!
Monkey.
Here's hoping Banshee doesn't crash again. Oh, look at Bree. Look at that cute little schnick. Well, not little. I'm supposed to be the little one, but bluefish. I tried to get the crate. Is there a crate? Is the crate gonna have shiny in there? Oh, it doesn't bite. I want a fish brain. Yeah. want to go back to the starting area and fish again. Maybe I can get some new fish over there? Wanna go back to the starting area and fish together? Oh, I should wait until Bunchy is here actually. I have to say though, that tail is so good. That is a very nice tail that Breen has. Also, it's okay, Breen has stream muted, so Breen doesn't hear this. I assume Bunchy knows where we are, question mark? Did Bunchy crash? No. Just gonna check social in instance. Oh, shit. Yeah, Bunchy's here. But I can... Oh. I see Bunchy. Is that the altar? Oh.
It's a Bunchy.
Oh my god, can Bunchy fly in? Look at that alt.
Here I am. I fell out of the sky, and I realized that I am muted, so...
Wow.
I had turned my microphone volume way down earlier, so nobody could hear a thing that I was saying while I was slowly floating down from the sky.
I didn't know Bunchy can fly.
Hi, Ixon. And hello, Kira.
Hey.
Now that you're here, I can say hello, Bunchy, and farewell, Bunchy, because I need to be going to bed.
Uh-oh, okay. It is about a good time for bedtime.
Yeah, I have one more friend in a world I need to visit, and then I shall head.
Oh my god, I missed Bunchy, but I really need an eye break, says Brecky. Brecky says hi to you, Bunchy.
Oh. It was funny, I had been, I was in voice chat with Sally as she started streaming, but I was here earlier and I was like, I could join Tilra, but I could use a break, so that was about the time that Bracky joined, and then right when I worked up the nerve to like, okay, I'll hop off of here and then get back on VRChat and say hello to Tilra, that was when Bracky was like I'm gonna go now. It's okay. We have nothing but time. Try not to bonk the dirk with fishing rod.
I will always bonk the dirk. Dragon.
Wow. Or fish.
Or is it?
I got
We
a
seem to
big
be in a lot of different oceans. A bream.
eat Breen, oh my goodness.
Bring it.
I'm gonna let Breen look at my fish. Look.
Oh, I saw you catch that yesterday.
Look at that, it's my color.
It's bigger than you.
Heck yeah.
It's not hard, but it is.
The glitched fishies are very teal colored, aren't they?
Has been wanting to go to eat but couldn't go eat without saying anything to Bunchy. Oh, Bunchy is pretty precious.
I caught something pretty wild earlier.
Have good
Was
eepy
it a fish?
Ixon.
See if I can. It doesn't look like a fish. It looks. Can I show this off? Is there a way for me to do
Where'd you
that?
get this from? How many millions did it cost,
oh,
Bunchy?
No, I can only show things off that I have.
Sold it.
I did.
What rod is Bunchy using?
This one's called the alien rod.
Oh, Bunchy's
I don't know
alien.
how- I found it on another planet.
Oh my god.
That's where I was. That's where I was before I fell out of the sky in front of you.
Ah,
I'm coming back to Earth.
that's why.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how you feel about spoilers, or else I'll tell you how I got it.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll try to figure out my own for now.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Oh, this one's red. This one's red. Oh no.
You know that rod is blue.
Wahoo! Oh, Breaktalk asks, how many million did it cost Bunchy?
Probably cost at least two.
I'm being accosted by a fish.
I can say I didn't actually purchase it though.
Oh,
For legal reasons, I can't say any more than that.
Wahoo!
I like stealing. Wahoo!
A wahoo!
As a kobold, I'm legally allowed to say that I like stealing.
I think you might be
That is
legally
fun.
required to.
Yeah.
I was a kobold.
Say shit!
Let me pop out chat so that I can see y'all too. Oh my gosh. I'm not sure how much you can hear, but there's a thunderstorm happening where I live right now.
I can hear a little.
And the thunder is... It subsided a little bit, but it's coming back now.
I don't think I
I
hear
may
it.
even... I may even wind up having the power go out at some point.
Oh,
And so if
shit.
I disappear... It wasn't intentional.
It was because Bunchy is an alien all along. Oh.
Don't catch me. Now I'm big. Now I'm big.
Oh. Where did that system come true earlier?
Now I'm not big. Don't eat me.
You mean the thunderstorm system?
Whoa. Big amberjack.
I'm getting a bunch of wahoo.
It's a very exciting place to be. I'm not surprised.
Yeah. I mean, I was supposed to play Halo, but... but...
We're fishing instead. Honestly, this world is so, like, impressive and came out of nowhere. it's almost worth like changing plans just to experience it.
Right? And then I always wanted to play a fishing game like this. We had wet fishing, but that was short-lived.
Food, I'll be right back.
Okay. Have good food, friend.
Have a good one. A good food time, that is.
Yeah.
Oh, but yeah, web fishing, there wasn't a whole lot to it. And then the, what was it called? The relaxing fishing world or whatever it is that's in VRChat is also very good, but it's small, very small.
Oh. I mean, I kind of stopped
always
playing
forget that.
web fishing because web fishing has this like weird hacking issue. I got scared.
Oh no.
It's like, oh, stinky motorbike. I was in a single player instance, like a private instance, and then someone can join. It's like, oh no, oh no.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's very scary. So that made
Yeah,
me
it
not want to
can
play the
be.
game anymore.
That's fair. Web fishing seems like the jank is a part of the charm,
Yeah.
but then if it's hackable, it's very hackable, then you can wind up with some security worries.
Mm-hmm.
VRChat has its fair share of that too, but
At
I think
least
it's
so far I didn't experience it. So
I think VRChat might be a little better supported when it comes to security.
a little bit. It does help that VRChat has been here for a long time as well.
That's true. There's another thing I was really impressed by was VRChat's been around for so long, and there's still like new things happening with it. Like the things that this world is capable of doing are like features that I don't think existed before.
Right.
These are like recently added things.
I was
Like the way that
thinking,
inventory persists and things like that.
yeah, it's so amazing, honestly. I was thinking that VRChat might be able to like push out more content like this because they updated they also keep updating the avatar or world building SDK things. I think maybe that's
Yeah.
why.
It's really great. I think the internet needed something like this.
Yeah.
And if there can keep being more stuff made, like that's probably a fun thing to just learn to, as a developer, to have some more stuff you can do. I think there are worlds that have a way to support by donating and stuff like that.
Mhm. I'm just glad that I can fish here now. And I can be obsessed with this one. Always wanted a fishing game like this.
There's so much to discover too in here. There's a lot of charm in this place.
Yeah. It's not like it's just like a flat island or something like that. It's more to it, I feel like. I spent a bunch of time sailing around with a canoe last night before I went to sleep, and I discovered quite a bunch of things. Gay playing VRC.
Have you been to those structures yet? The little like needle towers that are sticking out of the edge, like near the, I think near the demon tower over there.
Oh, I
Whatever
haven't.
that thing is called.
Yeah, I haven't been there yet. I've been to the other places, other than that place. I feel like.
There's a couple of things going on over there that are pretty neat.
Oh, maybe I should go there.
Interesting.
Hi, Tikaka.
Void.
Oh my god, couple. Elder boat friends. Hope Tikaka is doing good. Welcome. I should drink first. Get that thigh? You're right. Alright, one fish and then let's get that thigh. I just woke up and eating? Nice. Eating sounds good. I'm not exactly very hungry, but Brain says hi. Multiple
I'm a
friends.
negative duck. Why is it negative?
Negative duck?
Negative. It's sad.
No. Sounds like the duck needs some grounding exercises.
I kinda want to eat it. Ooh, I'm being raided. Wait.
Sally!
Oh, it's threatening.
Welcome in,
The
Celeste. Welcome in, Raiders.
I have some friends here.
Oh, no. I'm wondering.
Hi again, Sorrow. Hi, Commander Coyote. Hi, Celeste. Wow, Dragon. Oh, wait, let me. How do I? Okay, I got this. Me and V going to nap. Have fun? Of course, of course. Have a good nap. Thanks for the raid, Celeste. I'm twice here. Hi again, Bright Talk. Hi again, Sorrow. Look at all of you, Dragon. Oh my god. Have good rest, Celeste and V. Thanks again. Also, hope you are doing good. Welcome in, Raiders from Celeste. I'm Tiora. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Steady rate. Hi, Cole. Heck yeah. What were you playing though? Slay the Spire 2? Heck yeah. Hope you guys had fun. I'm just here fishing. I'm supposed to be playing Halo, but here I am
Hello
fishing
again,
instead.
Sorrow.
I got many fish. Hi, Cole. Hi, Lorky. Of course, have a good
Is there
life,
any
Cole.
more gamba for me? I don't know if I have any.
I don't have scrap. I used up all my gamba.
Oh my. Oh my gosh. Wait, what? Oh. Okay, it's one of the mods. That would look like a whole different item with that
Ooh.
texture. Or
It's electric and green.
it's very pretty.
I want it.
Yeah, if it's extra shiny. Silver and I both want it.
It's mine now. Oh, oh no! Why the thing is gone? Brain bully, brain bully.
And I see that she doesn't have it
Yeah.
anymore.
The shiny is gone. Mm.
Teleported back.
I will cry now. And sad cobalt noises.
First of all, I don't think that pinnate batfishes look anything like this in the real world.
This duck is way smaller than I thought it was.
I've never seen that fish before in real life. Is that a real fish?
It is the name, like the name of it is a name of a real fish, but I don't think they look anything like this.
Ah.
What are you, some kind of fish police?
I think so.
I think
I believe Banshee.
I am a hunter, so.
Yeah.
The thing is, this one is the sandy one. Usually, like, it has this bright neon yellow outside, like, outer line. And this time it's, like, orange. Like a peachy orange.
I kinda want to eat it.
It looks neat. It does look very chewable.
Yeah.
It reminds me of those little... I don't know if you've seen those, but there's like a bird figurine with a weight in the beak of it so that you can balance it beak first on things.
I don't think I've seen that.
I haven't seen them in a long time, but they used to be somewhat common little trinkets back in like the 90s and stuff.
Common stingray.
Ooh. That thing is... It's huge.
Oh, big fish.
You're just tiny.
Big fish. That is true.
As a tiny cobalt, Banshee is tiny. I don't know why my dumb brain looked, but when I read that sentence, I read, I fisted a pancake. Oh no!
Racketa.
I fished a pancake.
My favorite spider is Terra into it.
Going to bed? Okay, break talk. Have good EP break talk.
Good to see you.
Bye bye, dragon.
Sleep tight.
Pick me up.
Look at that snoop.
Look at that snoop.
The dragon snoop. Very boopable. Have good EP. Thanks for playing with me.
Here's the regular one. I wanna Google this just while I'm thinking about it.
Bye. Why does this look like it's from a cupboard?
I'm not sure. I don't even know what this resembles to me other than like the bird thing. But yeah, it's very flat, which many fish are, so that one's understandable.
But this one, it's not just flat, it's paper.
Yeah, it's very, very, very thin.
Maybe back is supposed to be thick.
I did find one that resembles this, and it's very pretty. Wow.
Ooh,
Orca.
orca.
I have to amend my words, so it does appear that the pinnate batfish, or at least one variety of it, does look very much like this somehow.
Ooh.
And they are, but it's incredible. I will send Tilra a picture.
I want to look at picture.
Let's look at fishies together.
Yeah.
Hey, I got one too.
Whoa. Double.
I'm glad these are common because we get to see lots of them.
I don't have it, but I have
This fish got cell shade.
banana.
For sure. Oh my, you got a banana fish.
I got a
That's a
golden
big one too.
huge royal banana.
That's a good one. Wow.
Yeah.
I've never even caught one of these.
I
I've
love-
been fishing here for a long time.
Oh my god. I am mega lucky. I got the streamer luck, I think.
Double lucky.
Heck yeah. Oh, look at the fish.
There we go.
Oh my god, well, you're right. It totally looks like that.
Looks just like it.
Yeah. Here, this is
Here's
the one.
another one that's slightly different angle as well. So it's got that shape too.
Yeah. I mean, look. Oh, oops. Let me get the VRChat. Okay. I mean, not exactly, but very similar.
And this one's kind of side by side with another variety, which is why I was saying I didn't think it looked like that.
Hmm.
It's got like
Oh,
bird wing looking fins.
yeah, this one looks very similar. The second one, even.
The dorsal fin has like feathers to it. It's very, 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 very neat.
Yeah. Oh, and then they have like this transparent tail extension. Dang,
I guess so.
amazing. Fishes are cool.
Nature is weird and beautiful.
They are.
Is there a way to search for avatars? Or you just gotta like find it in a world?
You'll either have to upload your own from via Unity, or there's actually worlds that have a search function that some of them are a little bit dubious in terms of how they got those avatars that you can search through, but
Oh,
it is a good way to kind of browse around and see what fits you.
Yeah, I was looking for
Whoa.
some more that I could favorite.
shiny.
There's one world called Prism Avatar Search that a lot of folks use.
I want to become dragon again. I have to hide my screen now. Okay, I'm back. This one I have to enable the face mirror so that I know how I look like.
I know how I look weird.
Same.
I'm gonna close the curtain.
I know how I look. Eyes. Eyes is how I look.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yeah. I had to close the curtain for a bit.
Oh my. Look how tiny. Teeny tiny little herring.
Oh. Oh wait, I was looking at this the rubber ducky. I looked at the wrong thing.
Oh, the
That's
ducky.
small. Happy Women's Day? Oh, is it a Women's Day? I didn't know.
Oh yeah, it is Women's Day.
Heck yeah, Happy Women's Day to all of us.
Yeah, we better be happy with it. We get one day.
Heck yeah. Having a little girls' night out there? Miss Tikaka? Exactly.
Yeah. Just girls' night in ancient Egypt fishing for rubber duckies.
Fishing for whatever the hell this is.
Whoa, plastic bag.
Plastic bag. Those are tasty.
I could eat it.
Crab.
And crab shells are too hard.
What if it's a soft shell?
I could eat that though.
Yeah, it's just chewy instead of crunchy.
Oh my god, it's my fish.
It is. This one, ironically, is called a bluefish.
Uh-oh.
You can see why that's.
I guess that could be
See why that's a little confusing.
a little bit of blue in there.
Maybe.
God forbid
Look at
women
that
do
color.
anything. It's Women's Day? It is. I also just know about it.
Yeah, I think somebody mentioned it during Celeste's stream, and I think on Discord she was like, women don't exist.
Maybe. I got dragon.
Oh yeah, oarfish. Oarfish are so pretty.
Look, Preen, look.
I got a boot.
Look, Preen, look. Look. Wait, no, you're looking at the wrong thing. I should drink.
The day Men's Day is Googled the most. At least they're checking before they start saying, why don't we have a... I'll give them that.
I recently learned about something called, I think it's called Little Christmas, but also like Women's Christmas, which is I think in mid-January.
Wow. I got one too. Little Christmas, huh? I've never heard of that.
I think it was
To get my extra bottle.
Sounds like something Ireland might do.
Yep, 8th of March. International Women's Day, also known as the
Curious now, I
day
wanna look it up.
Men's Day is googled the most. What?
Monday celebrated in January.
I like Dragon. I like appreciate the Dragon Day.
Yeah, honestly, every day should just be that.
True. It would be nice for a couple, or for everyone.
Every day's Dragon Appreciation Day, as far as I'm concerned.
Right?
Every rat day.
Rat Day. Okay, yeah, we gotta give rats a day too.
Hey, you have a,
We gotta
Okay.
give them more then.
I get all of these.
It could be Dragon Day, Cobalt Day, Rat Day, and then Dragon Day, Cobalt Day, Rat Day.
Yeah. Could alternate or overlap them too.
Appreciate the Banshee Day. True. We should squeeze that in. Appreciate the Breen Day as well. We should squeeze that in.
Sneaky Day.
Snake Day.
I don't need no day. I have plenty of
I
days.
got a
Well,
squig. Got a squig out here.
that's not where they fight that. I think that's a big.
Wait, Squid only has one eye.
How did you... It's on the other side. There's another one on the other side.
Oh.
They're just on
Oh.
either side.
Dragon
It's
Day.
so funny.
I imagine Tiller going like we had a horse and Like a horse only has one eye? Like now the eyes on the other side too.
Hey, I'm just too quick to judge sometimes, I think.
Yeah, remember when you were playing Pokemon card game? You're like, fat head, he's got a fat head. he got such a fat head.
I don't know why I was so sassy that day, you know? But they do have a fat head. Well, a big head.
They have a bare head. Big head.
It's really big.
Wow.
Whoa.
Speaking of really big.
Oh
what
my
the
god.
heck?
Holy, I cannot see anything. Hell
In
yeah.
the absolute heck.
The perfect fish.
You got a huge gill head green.
Wow.
Greenland.
Greenland. I thought it was a fishing machine.
Yeah.
Oh. I got it.
Gill shaded fish.
Shiny.
Shiny. Ooh. That means you got a little something extra going on.
Oh wait, they got it too. Like the tail tip that has the transparent part.
They went into a lot of detail with this.
Attention to detail was so impressive.
Mhm.
Oops, the ghost of Sally is behind you. Oh.
Oh no!
I'm using a Dova something. I'm using a dragon avatar currently, that's why.
Oh, yeah.
I don't have
The
wings
Dova
though.
Brodian avatar.
Yeah, Dova Brodian.
Shout out to Nefertiti, who is responsible for creating it.
It's so
She put a
cool.
lot of effort into that.
I can definitely see that. Even the mouth, even the like the mouth tracking, it's so good.
Mm-hmm. It's hard to find good quadrupedal avatars for VRChat because it's really hard to do.
I thought the edgy.
Devoid.
The edgy fish. Are you Shadow the Hedgehog?
Shadow the fish.
Neff the Legend. I don't know Neff at all, but being able to make this avatar, legend. Already a legend. Yeah, there's Bunchy and there's also Breen here. Bretok was here, Brecky was here, and Ixon was here.
I feel like I want a food, but I just ate some tater tots, so
What's a
it's a
tater tot?
It is, so it's potatoes, but they're like hash brown. It's like shredded potato, but they're shaped into little bitty, like tiny cylinders, like bite-sized cylinder things, and then fried, so they're really crispy and delicious.
Oh my god,
So they're passed
so sad.
through oil.
It's so sad I never heard of that here. Oh my god, I want it.
I
There's
think
all-
around where you live, they do some will do shredded potatoes, and that's like the closest that you might get to that.
Yeah,
They'll do like shredded potato passed through oil, maybe in a wok.
I mean we have a place called Potato Story here. They don't even have that. Unfortunate. I got Samsung Galaxy Fish.
Samsung Galaxy Fish. In stores soon.
Samsung Galaxy Wahoo.
Now with no exploding batteries. A barracuda.
Ooh.
Barracuda.
Barracuda's nuts, man.
Ayo. I think I heard grab these nuts. wanna see if I can make green sound loud. Is it possible? Okay, there we go.
Big sunfish.
No, it's the evening. It's probably like sunset.
Those are supposed to be like really deep in the ocean, apparently. So this one must have been a sunrise fish because it was so far up.
Oh no, I was actually reading about them recently. They go back and forth. Like they do actually sun themselves on the surface, but then they also go deep down too.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty cool. Oh, that's interesting. I like learning about weird things that animals do.
I had seen a thing about them recently where they were kind of misunderstood. Like they surface briefly. They tend to go like incredibly, like impressively deep for the kind of fish that could like the range of depth that they go to
Yeah, exactly.
is really, really unheard of for a lot of species.
I have to lock in.
Oh, you got a red.
I got a red. Ooh.
That fish is in red. That's green.
Humpbacker. I got humpbacker. Oh wait, that's huge. Oh my god.
That one looks kind of dragony.
Yeah. I'm locking this one. It's mine. That's a dragon. Oh yeah, I never said this, but hi Ash. It's been 10 years, wow. If I go below water and then I release the thing, it doesn't count as being in water.
Oh yep, it'll just fall to the ground.
Interesting.
I had that happen in the fountain at the volcano island. It looked like it fell like to the middle of the center of the world or something.
Whoa.
Fell like way down into the void.
I'm curious. I want to try to like enable eyelid tracking. See if my Asian eyes can be tracked.
Some of the tracking is so rudimentary I can't do it with anything with any eyes. Mine can't tell if mine are opened or closed unless I have like a bright light on.
Yeah. But then again, eye tracking feels really hard now.
It's gotta be tough to do.
Oh, it just blinks on the. It just blinks on its own. Hi, Bree. Oh.
Pet. Oh no.
Hey.
Pet.
Oh, you. Yeah, you. Oh, wait, stop looking at me.
Force eye tracking raycast. Who is this guy?
Horse stuff. Oh shit, get out of here.
Yeah, get out of
He
here.
walked up here and stared at me.
Get out of here.
What's your
Like,
what's your
always
deal?
standing in the way of stuff.
If I can eat you, I will.
Oh, this is the person that runs the Gamba machine.
Yeah.
They can run.
Look
the
at this
hell out.
guy promoting Gamba with that face. Couldn't believe it.
Holographic huge gilt head green.
Whoa, shiny.
When did I catch this? I didn't even see that come up.
I
What
got
is
a,
that?
It was just on my line when I picked my rod back up.
I got a wallet.
It's a secret. A wallet.
It looks like an ice
You
cream
get to have
sandwich.
whatever's in it.
I wouldn't eat it.
I kind of want to eat it. It's just like a couple tendency, I think.
Oh gosh. Now I actually want an ice cream sandwich though.
Right? Ice cream sandwich here is so
I have-
expensive.
Ooh.
Really?
It costs like 13 ringgit one here for each small pack. Oh, red, a small packet. 13 to sometimes 18 ringgit depending on where we buy them. This
See that? That's like $3.29.
Wow.
Oh, big.
it's the dragonfish but negative.
Look at that.
Counter.
It's the flashbang fish.
I love it. I have my personal flashbang now. I'm locking that one as well.
Oh, shiny, tiny, whatever the fuck this is.
And the
Shiny,
she's
shiny,
ooh,
gillet.
shiny.
Shiny is the important qualifier there.
Yeah. Shiny good. It's also crunchy. Usually when things are shiny, it's crunchy. Stone tiny amberjack? There's a stone modifier? 250, I assume is that pound or is that euro? For one ice cream sandwich? Yeah, since there's no local ice cream sandwich here, so it's like everything is imported from like somewhere else.
Interesting. Yeah, so they get a pack of like cheap ones here for like $4.
16, that's about 17. I guess that's about the right price, question mark?
Well, for
17
12.
ringgit?
It's a
Yeah.
pack of 12 sandwiches.
Oh,
Sure.
that's, oh my god. 12, holy shit.
Yeah, they're like cheap. They're like cheap and not fancy, but you know, sometimes that's just what you want is that cheap chocolate bread with a cheap dairy product. in the middle.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
the good stuff.
it's the good stuff I wanted.
I've recently been getting addicted to Twix ice cream bars. Like they're like frozen Twix. They're super good.
Oh gosh. I haven't tried anything like that in a while.
I have
No,
I
I'm
was
tempted.
working at my last job. They got like a new little like canteen system, and there was that. I'm like, you know what? I want something cold and sweet, and I got that. I'm like, oh no, I've made a mistake. Now I want this.
Now I'm in trouble.
Yeah.
I did that with milkshakes recently.
Oh, I always
was craving- I was craving a malted milkshake, and I happened to be like in the inner city a lot, and there were lots of burger shops that have shakes.
Yeah.
Love a malted milkshake though.
What's a malted milkshake?
You just add adds like malt to the mix of it, which is like sweeter. It's like a sweetening kind of sweet thing.
Oh,
It thickens it a little bit, so
oh.
Malted milk powder is
Yeah.
like that's all it takes is like malted milk powder added to the shake. It
It's-
does.
Sometimes I like it. Sometimes I'm like, I just want it just like the shake itself.
Malted milk powder does a similar thing to what MSG does, but with sweet things.
Oh,
That's something that I've noticed about it.
that's a very easy way to understand. Yeah. I mean, MSG is like.
Powerful relic.
Ooh,
Ooh,
Yeah, you get a powerful one.
what do I do with relics?
you eat them.
Those are very good. Yes.
No.
They're very tasty.
Yeah. Or you feed it to me. I want it.
No.
But why? I want to eat crunchy, shiny. No, boy. Ooh.
But now there's a place where you can put enchantments on whatever rod that you want.
Enchant my rod? I guess that's okay.
Yeah.
I think you can eat them.
Then it affects the stats of that rod.
And then the rod will be more tasty.
Yeah.
Whatever they.
Tiger.
Tiger. It's an interesting pattern.
Tiger.
And
I'm
tiger.
gonna watch Kung Pao again. I haven't watched it in a while.
And tiger uppercut. Tiger.
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 Tiger. Tiger uppercut.
MSG makes stuff good. That's true.
Makes.
Make shit good.
When I was in the army, our unit had their slogan. It was MSH, which is like make shit happen. But
Ooh.
our chaplain, or like, because we have chaplains. They're like to confide in, and the people that are like Christian. There's chaplains for different religions, but anyway, chaplain, they're not supposed to swear. They're supposed to be like really wholesome and chill. And he's like, no, I'm not gonna swear. He says miracles still happen. I was like, all right, that's wholesome enough.
Make shit
It's so
happen.
wholesome. I
And
like
then,
that though. I want to start using that.
Make shit
and then
happen.
When I was
Yeah.
Hell
in
yeah.
Afghanistan, we were the Mortal Kombat reboot came out, like the very first one. That kind of like got them going on that kind of game, like Injustice, and the new Mortal Kombat games.
Oh.
I was playing that when in Afghanistan, and one day I went to our little like chow area, and some people were playing it, and one of the chaplains was there playing it with one of our guys, and he was like, "God damn it!" He's like, "Uh-oh, I shouldn't say that." And you're like, "Sir." He's like, "Sorry, I don't know what happened. This game is bad for me."
Something came over. I guess they were right about the corrupting influence of violent video games.
Oh yeah, that's why I'm any second now I'm gonna explode and violently destroy my entire apartment block.
That sounds scary.
Oh, I was like, what's wrong with my fish? I'm like, it's not a fish, that's the umbrella.
That one always confuses me. It looks like something completely else.
It
Yeah, I was
looks
like,
like
"Whoa."
flower.
It does.
The capybara is a mood. It is. I love that capybara.
It's
Speaking
very
of
good.
capybaras, my wife and I went and saw the movie Goat yesterday. Super good, super cute. You should really, if you can, go watch it.
Oh, whoa.
Capybara.
I got one of the red ones that's like not actually red. It's like a maroon or burgundy color. What the heck
Ron
does it
Burgundy,
mean?
Cappy Black.
Yeah.
Burgundy
My
sounds
gosh,
like
I've never
a human's name.
managed to catch those.
Oh. Cowboy will beat the game by tomorrow.
Yeah.
Probably? I don't think... Okay, I lied. I'm pretty sure I will fish more after dinner.
I sent you another fishing game on Discord that you can look at. It might be able to keep you distracted so you don't annihilate this.
I want to annihilate this, and then annihilate the
Can
one
we-
that you sent me.
Can we go to a shop? I don't know where a shop is. I have like 3,000 and I need to buy upgrade.
Oh, the
But all I
stuff
have is
here.
Stick.
Stuff here is very expensive.
Yeah, we could go back to the starting area.
Yeah,
I'm
that would be
just-
good because there's a good few rods at the first island.
Yeah, I
We
think
should
I can at least
go
forward
for
one of those though. I have some more stuff. I got like the bobber and the line, and now I just have a stick that I can hit people with. Like
Bunk.
my light.
Wait, I'm dead. I'm dead. I think that's being dead.
That's a good gesture.
Yeah.
I don't have any gestures on this one.
I also don't have on my own model, but this dragon model is so amazing. Oh my god,
That's very cute.
I know.
There's
Yeah,
a
I
lot
can't-
going on with the radio
I
menu
can't-
on this.
I can't complain because I got this models. They did it for like 150 bucks. So.
Yours is
Whoa.
very good.
I
I
love-
really love your model.
Right? It's so cool. It's low poly, but it's also like green.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very
Hey,
cool.
fuck off, you little thing. Get out of here.
Dove. Hey yo, excuse me, you're trying to assault me or what? Yeah, that's right. Walk away.
I was
Walk
trying
away.
to bap him, but my selfie tracking doesn't know what I'm doing with my arm.
Yeah, the selfie tracking is weird.
Oh, I know who he is. He's the prince from Sandland.
Oh yeah. Some of these NPCs are kind of based off of other characters.
Oh,
I think it's even more.
I missed some chat. Just put me in a bucket with supplies and push me out into the sea. So chill. No, that's dangerous. Tomorrow, not today by the look. No. Cutie patootie. Look at Preen and Bunchy, they're adorable. I keep meaning to get an avatar of my Sona, and I keep forgetting. Ooh. This guy is sweet god. A kobold would be nice. It's always nice to see another kobold. Look at my banana. I said that. Casually. Don't worry about it. I should get around to finish figuring out Blender one of these days. Friend helped out with it, so I got a good start now, just effort. Yeah, I should do more art, honestly. Like, I wanted to do art on Wednesday, and then shit happens, so then I was doing something else on Wednesday. I am planning on streaming more on Wednesday night, so that's a thing. With a slider for my glowy horns? Oh, I like glowy. I like shiny. I already locked the one that I don't want to sell, right? Yeah, I locked them. I mean, glitched? This one I can just like unlock it. This one is fine. Negative lionfish is fine. Giant squid is fine. Samsung Galaxy Brutefish? No. Oh, this is just Dory. I'm keeping that. Albino dragon and then 2 cursed. Yeah, I'll sell those. Wasn't there like one Samsung Galaxy fish that I had? I'm yapping in VRChat now. I'm not even muting myself in game. Oh yeah, there we go. Samsung Galaxy Wahoo. I want one Samsung Galaxy fish. My banana is between me and my toilet bowl. Ooh, toilet bowl? I fear no man, but that thing, Blender, it scares me. We have to work on some stuff, but all I want to do is fishing. God, don't I know that feeling? I want to fish all the time too, oh my god. You know what, I'm using this dragon avatar and I'm gonna hide my 2D model for a bit, because why not? I want to mirror opacity maximum. There. And then I can hide myself for a bit. There. No kobo for now, but dragon. That works too, right? Look at that. You almost call it to me, that's how much you've been fishing. Look. Look. I'm not obsessed with the fishing game.
That's so real. You'll catch up to me soon enough. I'm at level 73 and I've only been doing this for a couple of days now.
No. Level 73.
But I've been doing it. I've been doing it a lot the past few days.
Oh my god. Oh wait, I need to disable my wings. I think that was... Yeah, no wing. There we go. Wait, what? Terror Celeste? No. I'm just a little dragon that decided to be one. Hey, I don't... It's not a lot of chance that I get to be a dragon, so... Ooh. Oh my god, 30k. Oh, Brecky's level 40. I guess I'm getting close. Oh, hi, Kalfira. Welcome, dragon. I just wanted to become a dragon for a bit. Why not? Money. Oh my god. Oh my god, my PC's dying. What the fuck? I've hijacked this ride.
You hijacked the back seat of the boat.
Yep. It is now mine.
This model looks really cute in a boat. Just riding on the boat.
I love it.
Pet, pet, pet.
Wait.
Okay. This boat.
Very petable.
Although I completely forgot my original plan. I was gonna get the other boat that I have out because it's like big. It's like it fits a lot of surface area. But I completely forgot about that and got the fast boat instead.
It's like I'm flying. My character seems stuck. But if you're a dragon, this gives you an excuse to catch you. Why not? Why not, right? Why not? Being catched by another boat? Oh, Calfera is doing good. Might see if I can make room to pull out if I'm welcome, of course. And Calfera is always welcome. Why not?
You've ramped it.
Happy Women's Day. Happy Women's Day. Amazing. Do I want to get down?
Only if you want to.
I don't wanna. Not now anyway.
That's okay. You can stay if you'd like.
Nice. Happy Women's Day, and bonus, it's the onset of it here. So more time to celebrate it? Heck yeah. Happy Pet Your Local Dragoness Day. Well, I'm a very temporary dragoness here. Very temporarily. I love Munchie's model, it's perfect. I know, it's so adorable. Everyone's model is actually so adorable. Sometimes makes me feel like my model is like okay-ish. But I don't know. Oh, that's Dragon Colony. Heck yeah, Cardinal Combos is pre-evolution dragons. That sounds true enough, actually. Yeah, We need to patch it to enjoy it properly when it lasts. Hey, I do enjoy being pet a lot. You say me dumb caveman Durg? No. Or I don't think so. I have 41k. I don't really want to buy a new boat. I want to buy a new fishing rod. It has been a while. And I think that one island has a new fishing rod. I should probably get 75k, I think that costs. Let's get a 75k fishing rod. Okay. That's a really nice model.
I found it randomly.
Oh my god.
You think if I toggle off it's the little expressions. Wait.
Can I clone it? Can I steal it?
Sure.
Let me try.
Oh, I just found it. So I don't know. What if I take off? Oh.
This avatar can be cloned at this time? Fair. I'm not gonna clone it then.
I have a helmet.
Oh. Whoa.
I'm so tiny.
Oh, even has like a... Your voice changed a little bit, I think.
No, that was me doing that.
Oh. Wow, that was convincing.
Are we being tiny? I should be tiny.
I want to be tiny too. How tiny can
Yeah.
a dragon be? Hiya.
We're playing Grounded.
Who's getting grounded? What?
We're playing the game Grounded.
There's a game called Grounded?
Let's try. There we go. Yeah, and it's a game about being tiny.
Big Oka.
I'm so small.
Oh, that angle. Am I gonna get banned on Twitch?
What?
Oh.
Oh, yeah. I forget you're streaming.
Nah, it's good. Look, I have 18 plus on my stream title. It's fine. Nothing explicit is going on. Yeah. Is that Antro Oka? Exactly. Look at that. Adorable. Alright, let me become my cannon height. 75 cm.
How big can I make the tail? How big is tail now?
The biggest tail? The chunky tail?
I can't see it.
If we had collisions, I would be on another island. Like the tails smacked me directly.
I will be under the earth. Hiya. Brain huge, oh my god. Oh, that angle.
Is that a scuba mask on this one?
Yeah.
I'm trying to fish rock.
I told Bunchy this earlier, like, if I hadn't started transitioning, and then I played VR and I did this and looked down, I'd be like, uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I think it's... uh-oh.
It's the euphoria.
Yeah, I'm like, oh.
Oh. I got mouth. Brain, look.
That looks like
Brain.
That looks like a Pokemon.
Look, I got mouth.
I also got a mouth that's smaller.
Oh, wow, mouth.
He's a frogfish.
I was drawing my combo last night with another party member. I had to pull out a measuring tape to check the proportions, and then 2 feet is tiny compared to an average human man. What's 2 feet? Math question.
2 feet.
Well,
is
I'm
like-
5'11", so it's less than half of mine. That's like average.
Is it less than half a meter?
Oh,
I
that's
think a meter.
Right around.
Yeah, I
so.
think so. Yeah, because a meter is like how many? How much is a meter?
I have no idea. Oh, one meter is 100 cm.
0.94.
That orca is very cute. I
0.94 is
know.
6 feet. Like almost. No, wait, what am I thinking?
That's a very
1.94
well-made
is
model.
like
Well, you can turn on. How do you turn on face? Can I turn on face tracking for this without having VR?
Yeah, there's this webcam thing, selfie expression. It's called.
Where do you find that?
Like 63,
wait, there.
66 cm. Oh, that's really small. That's smaller than I am. I'm 75. My cobalt height is 5 feet 7, so huge by cobalt standard apparently, but just average by human. Oh. If 1 feet is like less than 30 something cm, oh,
4-inch
now I need a cuddles. Oh,
is.
I could cuddle
Is it
dragon.
5'4", I think. Was it 5'4" that you said, Breen?
I measured that it was barely to half thigh for me. That's pretty
That's
small.
like
Oh my
a
god, so
little less
adorable.
than half a meter.
I love small kobolds. They're so adorable. Well, wait, no. I'm small, but I'm a different case. I'm a different case, alright? Lotu is tiny. Lotu is very, Lotu is very adorable. Very petable too, Lotu. Lotu is the cleric bolt, right? Only small kobolds? Nah, not necessarily just small kobolds, honestly. I don't know why it's kinda funny to see an orca fishing.
I was thinking that with the scuba mask too.
What do you mean? We fish all the time.
Yeah, yeah.
No sure.
A fish
Yeah, but the
fishing, it's
description-
normal.
No, orcas aren't fish. They're mammals.
Right, that's actually my fault. They are mammals. Boop. She's a stat grave domain cleric. Oh. All kobolds are petable? Yeah. Including you?
I think the irony of an orca or an otter fishing with a fishing rod is that we tend to do our fishing while in the water.
Oof.
In nature.
I found
That's a big
orca.
ray.
It's just constantly shouting. Uncle Jirok, hi, welcome.
Ah!
Whoa, shiny.
Whoa.
Whoa,
Big shiny.
oh my god,
Big shiny.
What the fuck is that?
looks like a shark.
Frozen frilled shark is what it is.
Always
Oh,
poop and
wow.
pet cute bones. I am a
So when you're
temp.
doing the eye tracking, should the camera be over, or should it be over the screen where the game is?
I
Or
tend
will
to
it
try to
track
keep
otherwise?
mine centered on my face, but I think it still works if it's not perfectly centered.
Yeah, it still
Okay.
works.
I gotta toy with these settings a little bit.
I find that I have to have lights on just so that I can really see what's going on.
Shonk.
Sometimes it doesn't know.
Shonk.
Oh yeah, I mean, even when I'm doing that with my other
Shonk.
stuff, yeah, I can make it work.
I should probably open up the light soon. The sun was shining directly on my face, but now it's just getting dark.
Big shiny.
We love Sean.
Oh yeah, to TCAC's point, my character's description when I was first devising it a while back of my otter character. Her size is like around 4 feet from tip to tail is the wording that I would use, and that's about normal otter length, but that's like from snoot to tail, and that doesn't like mean that's how tall my character would be if walking on 2 hind legs.
Okay.
And I was trying to figure out what my height should be in VRChat, and it'd be like that'd be like 3 feet maybe, which is very, very, very short, like 0.8, 0.9 meters, less than a meter.
I'm still smaller than.
Kobold size, yeah.
Nice.
Do I sound okay right now? I'm like playing with my sound settings a little bit.
You sound
You
alright to
sound
me.
great.
Okay. I'm like trying to keep. I have push to talk on, but I'm getting annoyed forgetting to push it.
It's okay. When you're muted, I won't tell you.
That's fine. No one needs to hear this.
Cobalt size. Tail can be very
Yeah.
long. Yeah.
Every so often I do remark on how I'm a little bit kobold coated and kobold sized.
Right. Lock in.
Otters are
Albacore
basically
tuna.
just like
That's the
ferrets,
mountain.
which are very kobold.
Ooh.
Ooh. Those are very pretty.
I love it.
I got an albacore. I'm gonna turn the bounty.
Otter has a nice
wish-
warm scar. I do that too, Speedy Frog. Ow. Another.
Okay.
I wish I could. I wish I could put attach my my leap motion to this. Because my hand check would be really good.
but cooler because they're like,
Yeah, I
yeah,
wonder-
the main
I've
rule
always
for the
wondered
dead
if,
stay
like, the
there.
selfie
Oh,
tracking
body
could work
guiding
in
the
tandem
living.
with,
Oh.
like slime trackers
So what
and
you're
stuff.
saying is that I can use Ultra as a nice warm scarf. That's what she's
No.
referring to.
Those are so hard to catch.
It's pretty much a couple under a permanent enlarged person spell. If false, thank you. Lotu just has to struggle if they turn on the wizard is at 2 HP. Do I just walk them a little bit so I can guarantee big heals on them, or do I gamble heal? My dragon is kobold, interestingly, stands at 3-7, which is the human equivalent of 7-2.
I just turned the
in
light
Cosmic
to
Queen.
face my face.
Because that domain
I was trying
clerics
to
can
find
do
like a
max
rat or
healing when
skating
healing
model, but I
summons.
can't search things.
Oh. When healing someone is 0 HP, but aren't they already dead, so they can
Prism
revive?
Avatar Search World might be your best bet. I'm not sure if there are any escaping ones.
I'm gonna go open
That
up
would
the
be a
lights
crime
real
if
quick.
it was.
Actually, I should tell them.
Gulper.
I
Zebra
open up light.
Gulper.
Be right back.
Okay.
It's getting dark. Oh my god. But I still want to fish.
What is that? Is it called Prism Avatar Search?
Yeah, Prism, like the thing in the Pink Floyd album.
If I type Prism in the search, I don't. Prism, Pentagonal, Prism. Oh wait, view all. Okay.
The whole name is Prism Avatar Search. Let me... Unless it changed or it's not there anymore.
I'll just do Avatar Search. Maybe that. Oh, it's Prismix Avatar Search. That's what.
Oh, okay, that's what the problem was.
Raisnix? What?
Prismic Avatar Search. I'm gonna go look at that. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay. thought it was Prism for some reason. I don't know why.
Avatar
Ooh,
search, huh?
red.
Good
Yeah,
luck.
there's a world called Prismic's Avatar Search. It's just a big gray box room with a search UI.
Ah.
And it databases a lot of the publicly available avatars that you can find around,
Mhm.
and makes them available to just search for by keywords. Another frilled shark.
Big shark.
Big.
So if I search for kobolds, I'm gonna get as much kobold as I can?
Yes, there are kobold avatars.
Nice. Maybe I should research a little bit on that world. Hey, I got the shark too.
Shunk. Those things are so pretty. Surprisingly few. Aw. Yeah, I was gonna say it would be disappointing if there aren't any kobolds.
Yeah.
Oh
That's one-
no, Breen joined a public one.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Does someone have bird? I thought I heard chirps. There's usually bird outside of my room. So sometimes my mic can capture them. Or capture their noises.
Bird.
Yeah.
Bird friend.
Orbital laser. Actually during a public instance. There was a mistake. Oh. Might be the music ambience. Oh, that might be one too. Oh yeah, there is the bird noise or the ambience.
Oh yeah. And the ambience does have bird. Oops.
On the ferry hub? From the world of the ferry hub. Oh.
And there are a couple of furry avatar hubs. A lot of those you have to manually go, like, walk to the ones that you want and search that way.
Oh.
You can't. There's no, like, keyword thing. It's just like they're all plastered up on the walls and everything.
And then you have to go interact with them to become one? Something like that?
Right.
Ah.
Yeah. At least the ones that I've seen. There might be some with search things, but I haven't seen any of those. Occult pool. Oh, I want to go there.
What's that?
There's little fishing spots that you can go to while they're active, and they give you different things. And well, you remember how I mentioned the blessed fish cost a lot more?
Uh-huh.
You can bless the cursed ones at the church.
Oh. So occult pool fishes out cursed fish?
Yeah.
Oh heck yeah. I might join
Get
I might join Bunchy.
Let's go. Actually, wait. Maybe we should get the big boat, or the fast boat. Not the big boat.
I'm joining. Oh my god, it's a shiny boat. Sexy.
I like that other boat better because I can see better. Oops.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
But this one, I don't want it to disappear before we can even get there. So we want the fast one. Here we go.
Right, I forgot. Driving makes you fly forward, huh?
Yeah, it makes others. If you're not in a seat, then you'll wind up kind of floating behind the boat.
Ah.
The vehicles are very janky in this one.
It's okay, I love jank. This one?
Wow. Same. Yeah. Actually, I wonder. There, we can go anywhere on the boat.
Nice. I'll give it a try.
first thing I catch is gonna be an object. It's the doll.
It's the bolt doll. Ew.
I think it's so cursed.
I don't like that we hook it by the butt.
Yeah, that was a design choice.
Yep. Definitely intentional. Ooh. Got a cursed huge cock. Almost mispronounced it. I got a cursed huge cock. It would be bad. Oh, good.
That's
I
what
don't know.
I thought you said. I thought you said that.
Cursed huge cock? Hmm.
Cod is a good fish for fish and chips.
Ah. I do love fish and
And
chips.
it's making me want some. I want to make fish and chips now.
Mm.
Oh no, it's another one of these like reddish ones.
Oh, you got this.
I'm not gonna.
I believe in
No,
Bungie.
no. Oh gosh, those are so hard to get.
Oh.
I'll get one of these days.
Chili? That's what I get for getting bottom surgery from Temu. Ooh!
Oh,
Cursed
no.
huge cock.
No.
Don't remind me of... Yeah, fish and chip. I'm gonna die until next con. Ooh. Been looking for so long, welcome back, mate. Oh, marmalade. Green. That emote is so good.
It is. This one's just normal red. but it's
Until I level now,
challenging.
I have become a temporary Deccan.
Oh wow.
Ooh.
Cursed huge giant squig.
Oh, squig! Whoa, what is this? Huge sunfish? Ghostly? Oh, it's not cursed. Wait, sunfish is huge, but then it has a huge modifier. Oh no.
Double huge.
Double huge. Mm. I'm surprised my fishing rod can take it.
A lot of these bigger fish that we're catching are like impossibly large.
I love that. All eyes on Breen. We love Breen. Breen amazing.
This is true.
Right?
It's another red.
I never lie. How is the fishing been going? Fishing has been going really well. And maybe a little bit
Too squig.
obsessed.
Maybe a little too well.
Yeah,
That just means it's a good game.
it is. It definitely is. It definitely scratched that itch of wanting to fish and get better fishing equipment. I always love games like that.
Mhm. Plus, this one is just like a relaxing thing that you can do and
Yeah.
chat with people that you know.
And I can be a dragon or kobold while doing it. It's even better. That's like bonus points.
There's all kinds of layers to it.
Right. Surprised my rod can take it. Okay, now when you put it that way. Maybe, she says. Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Oh, that's a big one.
Ooh.
Flying fish are very pretty.
Purple.
I got purple too.
Purple tiny seahorse. Oh, it's not tiny, but whoa,
Another sunfish.
huge.
Another red one. Wow.
Dang. Lucky,
It's treating
lucky
me well right now.
Yeah. Not getting as much cursed fish here. Yeah, I got one. Squid.
Another squig.
Squid could be delicious.
You know.
I kinda want to eat them.
A good thing I've caught 3 of them today.
Oh,
I'm gonna
dragon.
eat well. Dragon.
Detect some double intent today? Detect porn, dude. What's an intent today?
Oh, double entendre
Uh-uh.
is when you say something that can mean another thing, and it's usually like the eyebrow raise.
Oh, like the rock expression.
Yeah.
Entendre.
It normally
Entendre.
has lewd connotations.
Oh. So, like what I said, I'm surprised my rock can take it. Could be taken the other way, right?
Right.
Okay. That's one way to explain it. Okay. I thought that was... Oh, I know that word. I learned it. Innuendo.
Yes. That is also.
Ah.
Those are different things, but similar. Similar enough.
Ooh, cursed Atlantic salmon. They are one and the same. Sounds fair enough. Oh no.
Very slightly different, but they do the same thing.
Yeah. Oh, dragon.
That's a good way to end this one off with the occult pool.
Electric huge flying fish.
Ooh. If I touch it, will I get zapped?
I wanna get zapped. Uh-huh. Eesh.
There
I'm
we go.
seated.
Here we go, since we're here.
So we're
Close
about
to this
patron.
this tower thingy.
Oh. No.
I have a piece of scrap on mine. There's one.
I'll read chat for a bit. A bar patron pulls up to the seats and asks the bartender for a double entendre. So he gives it to her. Oh, I don't get that one.
I hate that I like that one.
Oh, my English weird. I don't know what that means. Ooh, what is this place?
Yeah, this is one of those.
I'm not drinking that. Mysterious alien juice? 200k for a water high. Breed with a single heart. Ooh. U-Haul?
That's these tourist traps for you.
Ah.
200k for a water.
Qiao? Who are you? I'm the great Guisepe, of course. Who the fuck is Guisepe? Oh,
Giuseppe.
it says I can take a peek.
It only opens up at the bottom.
Oh. And then and then the generic
Yeah. I love that bit.
So now we know
I
according
haven't
to
found anything else.
mysterious
here.
juice equals water. I mean, it's drinkable, no? If it's
Suppose you
drinkable,
could drink it,
yeah, it water.
but the flavor text specifically says I don't want to drink that though, so you
They-
probably wouldn't want to.
They don't know that. To remove the dirt temporarily. This model looks too
Ooh.
cool. I have to.
If Breen's still exploring avatar searches,
Mm.
maybe we can go to this. There's a shadow chasm.
Ooh. Hehe. But hi, Kairos Kyria. So is this like another pool thing?
Yeah, this is one of them. Instead of cursed, we get shadowfish.
Oh. So there's going to be a lot
It's a
of
little closer.
Shadow the Hedgehog.
Right. Lots of chaos emeralds, hopefully.
Yeah. I'm the
Find
green
that damn
one.
5th chaos emerald.
Couple must have got a dark stone. Yeah. I don't have an everstone in or on me. That dragon avatar is a nice one. My man's using that one as a tie over until his own proper tie over. I assume that means like using this as like a substitute model before they got their own model.
Yeah, like a temporary to tide them over.
Ah, okay.
Ooh.
Oh, tie over. Oh, the
There's
English
a lot of ways
phrases.
to say it.
Yeah.
Tie over, hold over. So I take it, is he getting a commission from Neff herself, or?
Dragon.
Durgans. We love Durgans.
We love dragon. Never enough. The Solescent butt.
Sally's a very good Durgan.
Right, right. Amazing, even. Oh. Schnick. Oh no, I'm being spammed. God damn it, Bree. Oh.
Oh, is she coming back, or
Yeah, she's coming back.
is she just booping the heck out of you?
She's like, let me in. Let me in. And then the model thumbnail is just Schnick. I cannot wait to see the avatar. Maybe investing in the boat first doesn't sound too bad. Oh, I see
That
Breen's
was what I
name.
did. He's bringing back.
Breen's on the island.
Let's go get her. Maybe we can get there and back before the shadow chasm disappears.
Yeah.
Unless we want to go to another island.
We go fetch Breen first. I'm in Egypt. Wait, Breen's in Egypt?
She must have set the spawn point there.
You can change the spawn point?
Yeah, there's an inn on every island that you can go into, and that'll you can ask the person there to make that your home world or whatever.
Oh, whoa, I guess I didn't explore enough, huh?
There's a lot to discover in this world.
God, I love this world even more now. Not green.
Oh my goodness. Oh, never mind. The way that I was seeing that, the fog made it look like something else was going on with that avatar.
Giant.
I want to see how long it would take for me to show up. Hold on. Uno momento, por favor. Alright, let's go.
Oh,
Hi!
rat. Rat.
Wait, I can't see.
It's okay.
Rat! Oh,
Rat.
you found it!
Rat.
I love that one.
Tiny. I love that one. Tikakan loves it.
It's,
Oh,
it's
wait.
funny. A friend of mine.
The run cycle. It's so good.
Yeah. A friend of mine was in this world with us and with some other friends of mine and put on that exact avatar.
It's so
great.
good. Oh my god.
Oh
Oh,
my gosh!
oh. Huge rat.
I wonder
Right.
if I.
Alright.
Iron bra. It waddles, exactly. Where's
I
the
wonder if.
where did rat go? Oh.
As like I said, unless like if Breen doesn't take a seat, then they'll be.
In the void.
It like floats around in whatever. Your avatar is gonna float around in the opposite of the direction the boat is headed. She was just like floating behind us. I don't see the shadow chasm anymore.
Oh. Must have disappeared.
May have disappeared.
Yeah.
That
It's
was my
okay.
nickname in high school.
Shadow chasm.
I was the chasm.
Ooh.
I think.
Where did Breen go?
I gotta make myself taller.
Ooh. Schnook. Oh, is this a M snake?
I'm Snake.
M snake. Oh my god, I love snake. Look at that.
But now I got arm.
You're cheating. How could you have arms? Oh wait, you have arms. It's Naga. Wow, wow, wow. It's so good. Ooh, I love this place.
I figured it might be a good idea if somebody got a powerful relic, right? I think you
Yeah.
did.
I do.
I can snake his one.
So we all have powerful relics. We could go and
I'm a
enchant.
powerful relic. I'm so old and dead.
Breen's too powerful.
At you.
Alright, let me try to re-roll this one.
What do I get on this one? This one gives me Tubby Chaser.
I got
That is
What the fuck
such
does
a
that
weird
do?
name for an enchantment.
powerful.
What does that do?
What Tubby Chaser does is it's like you can catch bigger fish. The capacity of the rod goes up.
Ooh,
Big catch rate +5. Max weight 1,000.
powerful. Strength plus 10. Oh.
Now the max weight on this rod is 1,030.
Ooh. I got powerful
What
again.
if I enchant the stick and stream
Not
with
enchanted
another
anymore.
one?
It's Heavy Gamba.
Gamba.
Time to gamble.
Undecided. What is that?
Curious again? No. I'm only
Oh,
getting
undecided
2
would have been really
enchantments.
nice. It's +5 to everything.
Oh. Daywalker. Daywalker.
More like Gay Walker. Got him. Recto.
Wait.
I don't like Daywalker because stat bonuses only are active during the day.
Let's
Yeah, I'm
change
a
it.
Night
But I
Walker.
think
I'm a lady of the night.
Hey. What if I'm the lady of the day?
I'm a snady snuff the snipe. Night snady.
Sneaky the snake. Snake me to snurch.
I actually hate that song.
No.
Hilariously. I'm like, oh.
That's why I'm chuckling nervously as I reference it.
Let's try to use a mossy relic. Not the day worker.
Don't look behind you.
Okay, I won't.
Oh no.
Okay, I
did
won't.
find one.
Oh, whoa. Who this? Red.
Tap, 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 tap,
New
tap,
phone, who did?
I hate you.
tap, tap, tap.
No.
Let me dance. I'm so cool.
Oh my god. Schmovin.
It is a good dance
Oh.
though.
The rat schmovin. Oh my god.
Ruffle. Ruffle.
The dragon have a dance? Storm vermin? Oh, is that what it is?
Stormburn.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sorrow knows. Oh my god. DLC.
penguin. It's a good dance.
Oh, I can have a collar. An owl. A leg collar. What? Oh my god, what is that dance?
Oh my gosh. Since I'm looking at this page.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Fucking Club Penguin's back
So
haunting
perfect.
everyone.
It is
It's-
beat for beat though. Very Club Penguin dance.
It's perfect. God damn it.
Stop the dance. Okay. I was like, I told it to stop, but he wouldn't stop. I had another one that was funny. Where was it? Or was it different?
There's
Is
so
it
many
the dance something?
customizations.
No, it's another habit.
The Dopa has a lot going on with the radial menu.
Yeah, oh my god.
It's kind of hard to even navigate it with so many things.
I'm gonna enjoy navigating all of these. To the Club Penguin. No,
Become
not the
repair
damn. Flat time?
I'm gonna go fishing while doing Club Penguin dance.
Nope.
my arm, my
Well,
arm
dude.
stays there.
You're just doing the dance. Oh my god. God damn it. Oh, it's so good.
What's
Fuck.
happening? I'm dying.
Alright. Club Penguin curse. It doesn't stop. It haunts everyone. Oh my god.
Hi, Sorrel.
Fuck.
Oh, you can control the speed of it too.
Oh wow. Begun prepared chicken. Nice. Make a coffee. I'm juggling chats though, but I can pull your instance if I'm welcome. Oh yeah, you can. You're always welcome, Kafara. At least you don't get temporary ban for a day for saying swears now. Hmm? Wait, what I want to do again? Impatient. Luck minus
There was one
30.
that I saw that had a good dance, but I think I chose the wrong one. Oh,
Oh,
I didn't save anything.
Attraction rate plus 30%. Ooh, wait.
I can be Captain Dwayne.
Mine's still loading. Who this?
Captain Wayne with a big cigar.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know who this is, but it's so funny. Why?
He's Captain Wayne.
Captain Wayne.
That character design is very teeth.
Yeah.
Oh, we love Captain Wayne. It's Captain Wayne in Vacation Desperation. If you're curious.
Oh.
Why-
Why are you flying?
The model must have Go-Go Loco.
It does have Go-Go Loco.
What's a Coco Loco? Oh, there's a Coco Loco here.
Wait, how do I turn? How do I? What's the normal hover height? Is it?
Not
Zero. If you click the blue stick figure on the, it should be on the
okay.
bottom, on the top right. That
Got it,
resets
thank
all your
you.
positioning.
I think I'm evolving.
You've got, you're
Rotate.
digivolving.
Rotate.
Bananas.
Banana. You're vibrating. What are you doing down there?
I don't know.
That is adorable for some reason. Oh no! What is happening?
I love it. Whatever is happening.
Egyptian.
Profanity.
Clap.
Boom, man.
Watch me go.
Holy wheel.
We need some electro swing music to play while you do that.
I'm wacky inflatable arm breathe.
Why is this a thing? Yo, cartwheel.
Crap.
The teeth doesn't help.
What do you mean the
No.
teeth don't help? I'm Captain Wayne. I'm flossing.
Arr, I be flossing.
I be flossing.
Am I pointing? I'm supposed to be
Guess
pointing.
what? Guess what? Guess what,
What?
Captain Wayne can do?
What? Yo, actually schmoofing, holy shit.
Captain Wayne can throw it back.
Hey yo.
Oh. Stop halfway. Fuck.
Stuck.
Captain Dwayne is stuck?
You'll hurt my back.
That does look painful.
Got a little carried away there. Caramel dancing.
Caramel dancing.
Caramel?
Caramel. Deepos.
Oh,
Tornado.
oh, I can be Tornado. Evolve.
Oh.
Oh. It seems like VRC is a spiritual successor to Second Life. I never played Second Life before, so I cannot really compare. I don't know.
It That is a little bit like that. Or if you
I always
ever
wanted to
played-
play Second Life, but I was too young to do it.
I never did manage to get into it.
Ah, the cigar has its own physics. Look at it go.
That's the wrong kind of throwing
We
your
would-
back.
we was fishing, and now
Now we're just throwing it back. I'm just spinning.
Now we're just hanging out at the enchantment table.
Why not? Ooh,
I figured T spinning on the podium is seemed like the right thing to do.
I'm dancing right now. It says. I don't know. I can't tell.
I,
My selfie mirror. Look, let me take you a screenshot of what it looks like when I have the selfie mirror up.
I'm excited. Oh wait, I'm using a wrong browser. It's okay. I mean, I guess that looks about right.
It's me, the rat.
It's,
Yeah.
it's the rat. Oh my god.
Me when I see cheese.
Trees.
My face when cheese.
My face when cheese. Oh,
Oh, cheese?
I'm the rat.
And cheese when it sees you. Better run.
this rat can fish. Yar, I'm still Captain Wayne in my head.
You still get them Wayne.
Captain Wayne.
Can I cast it far?
Multiple diverging personalities.
Red has a split personality now.
Unfortunately, I have to be this one.
You're gonna. Yes.
Maybe the Vermintide. The Vermintide Skaven.
Tiny rubber duck.
Two of my favorite things, tinies and rubber duckies.
I love tiny.
Yes, fish thing. Large fish. Large is a large fish.
Is Captain Dwayne here?
Captain Wayne. Captain Wayne is in all of us.
It's a sailfish. It's gotta be Captain Dwayne.
Yeah, it has to be Captain Dwayne. Oh, Dino Nuggy?
Sunfish. That's a literal sunfish.
Yeah, it is the sun.
I thought that's a Dino Nuggy.
I wish.
The funny thing about this dance is every now and then I just see my model fly through my camera. I'm like,
It's so perfect.
it's just regular fishing.
Man. Sometimes you're just gonna fly away for a bit.
Mhm.
I'm actually so surprised how this eye tracking is tracking my eyeballs pretty well.
It's pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, look at
It
that.
is impressive.
Mahi mahi, I don't like mahi mahi. Ain't got no taste.
Mahi mahi. It's not wahoo though. Wahoo. Huge seahorse.
That's it.
Did
Look
you
at
know
my-
that prairie dogs will sometimes, when they're really happy, they will like go wahoo.
Wahoo.
It sounds like they go wow.
Oh,
It's very cute.
That is adorable.
it sounded very cute.
Albino tiny seaweed.
Yo. That looks delicious, holy shit.
It does. I like that color scheme.
that is very eatable.
Oh wait, I can say it. I know where I can find it. I was on. It could be recently used at it. Where is it? You think
Right.
this is messed up if I do this?
Wait, let me fish this one real quick.
Oh gosh.
Do you think this is weird that I'm doing this?
No.
You have to get that surf curse song playing. Cry, I am just a fish.
I know this one. This is Michael. Hi, Michael. How you doing? We got $20 you owe me, bitch.
There goes Michael.
Goodbye, Michael.
To the back you go. A lot of fish are cannibals. Oh my god, really?
Yeah.
Cannibals also, you know, fish isn't just one species, so
Yeah.
a lot of fish eat a lot of other fish because that's all they got.
California
Lots of them.
Alright, sharks eat fish. I didn't think about that. Oh, I got a gay
Ooh.
dragon.
That's a holographic. Yeah, the gay orphanage.
Look at that, gay dragon. Oh, that's huge. What the fuck?
California rat.
The dances are too good. I need to lock that
Tiger.
one. Tiger.
Tiger. What is this? Tiger.
Tiger.
What was that? That was what was that?
Lock.
That was a tiger tiny great. That was a tiger tiny great white shark.
Oh my god. Tiger tiny.
I'm keeping that. Tiger tiny.
Tiger.
Tiger tiny.
Tiger.
And pikefish
Devil
eat
trigger.
anything? Ooh. Never heard of pikefish. But to be fair, I don't think I heard of a lot of fish things.
There's a lot of fish. There's a lot of fish.
Yeah.
So many.
Like my extremely limited knowledge, I only know about Nemo. That's clownfish.
Silver, what happens if I eat this?
Whoa!
Oh no. That sound was very loud.
It wasn't too loud on my end. Probably have avatar noises down.
Oh, okay. Good.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't know how loud it was.
It's all good.
It wasn't the fault of you or the avatar. I just have world sound turned down, so everything else is turned way up.
Ah. I've been boop. Wait, actually did the boop boop me or? It must be a little bit of a different height, I feel like. I didn't think about that.
I'll see really.
Oh, we're in the right
More.
place for that. Gamba!
Gamba.
I've been fishing. There it is.
Radioactive.
Radioactive! Radioactive!
It's
That's-
waking up.
That's
Ashy
breakfast.
dust.
Waking up!
Oh wait, I wonder if I cloned. Hang on, I think Morning Fairy found a really good.
Oh yeah, I've seen Fairy. He had a really good one.
I think I might have cloned that one. Let me see.
I know I have cloning off just because I don't want someone to take like my avatar.
Mm-hmm.
Fair, fair.
And that's fair.
Yeah. Whoa, I got a pink one?
Yeah. There's this ball python.
Oh yeah, that's one that I saw him using. That's really good. You're so tiny. Get
I
up
am
here.
so tiny.
You little baby thing down there. What are you doing down there? What are you doing down there, you little thing in there? What are you doing? What are you doing down there?
Abyssal serpent fish.
Probably too big.
Big, large, and a ton.
large.
I want to see
It was
big.
snake-sized.
Not gay size.
Look at Tushnak.
Yeah, that's a good middle ground. Big, what? Anglerfish.
I got the abyssal serpent fish. Spooky.
Can't. Where did that one come? Maybe it can. Let me see. What is the tags on that one? Animal, snake. I didn't see that one when I was looking for it.
Wonder, and Fairy never said where they found it, but... Wait, do I have... Yeah. There.
That's a large angler.
I wonder if I have avatar cloning off, does that apply to the one that I have on or the one that I uploaded?
It must be all of them because Taylor wasn't able to get any of mine.
I'll turn it on just in case if you want to clone this one.
That would be awesome. More snake is good. Common
Never enough.
stingray.
You should be able to clone this one now.
Okay, let me see. Favorite. Add favorite. There we go. Now I am snake. Thank you.
Snakey. There's a very good
Okay.
ball python.
Schnick. Isn't it super late for you, Tiara? To me, it's currently 6:52 p.m. It's alright.
Oh my gosh.
Chonky.
I just remembered something else I have that I would love to show you,
Yeah.
Yeah, PM.
but it could take up a lot of bandwidth here. So maybe off stream.
What's a bandwidth?
I wouldn't want to spoil it, but
it's-
it's got like a whole like thing that plays. I think like a cutscene almost.
Oh,
That's very funny.
I
I
thought it
gotta go
was
back
like
to the gender euphoria orca.
gender euphoria orca. I'm looking at gender euphoria dragon.
It's whale time again.
It's whale time!
Oh, for Breen, it's like 6 a.m. Oh my god, is it?
Yeah!
It is.
Ooh,
For I as well.
oh my god.
Oh, do we want to head back to any of the other islands?
Oh,
Hi.
the sun's coming up so fast.
I'm having fun fishing here.
Yeah, I mean, this is fine. Me, at least, I don't mind.
Alrighty.
If I
The
fish
only
out
problem
any,
with this avatar is when I fish, my hand is like really far in front of me. But that's
I have no hands. But somehow I'm fishing.
I have no hands and I must feed.
Yeah. Nothing can stop. Ooh, it's another pink.
Still haven't managed to catch any of the pink ones. The
I
pink
don't
reds
know.
anyway. The magentas are fine.
I don't know if this is the one that you referred to. I'm still finding it. It's very hard.
The ones I have are like, I'm seeing a maroon or burgundy kind of color, which is
Oh, Tree-headed
red, purple,
salmon.
brown. What? Oh, you got the. It's a very good one.
Oh
I
my
got a
god.
sunfish. It's
Tree-head.
400 kilos.
You're huge. I'm locking this one. I caught two pink ones, I think. Yeah, these two are like
Are you-
same color, I think.
California girls are after steaks, brats.
Right.
Ah, I think I got one of the ones that you were talking about. It was super hard to catch.
It was super jumpy, right?
Yeah, I couldn't get. I lost it.
Oh, it's okay. There's more chances to get it.
There's more fish in the sea.
You.
I'll come back eventually.
I forgot about the auto pet.
Yeah, I keep
Oh, yeah.
forgetting about it too. Good thing is if you leave it out somewhere and like go across
Oh.
the world, it's still working. Wow.
There's
Ooh.
something called the chubby chaser. I'm getting a lot of tiny things. This is a tiny one.
You're getting the tiny version of the big one,
Yeah.
which is it becomes ironic when the tiny thing that you catch is bigger than you.
Looking at this model, it kind of makes me want to change my cobalt model a little bit.
What are you thinking you might want?
To change my cobalt?
Yeah. Like what kind of changes do you think?
I'm thinking of like eyelashes and how eyes behave, I think.
Hey, what's on my hook, Kira?
Oh. It's a tiny seahorse?
It's a tiny one. It's so
so
little.
tiny.
Oh my god, I love it. It's so small.
I keep
Mega
getting tiny
tiny.
stuff. I think my rod is broken.
Oh no. Negative huge
I
crab.
wonder if that's just a quality of the sturdy wooden rod. Like its capacity is relatively small.
Well,
But
with
you
chubby
have-
chaser, it increases it by 1,000.
Yeah.
Oh.
The modifier brings it up a little.
It's big catch rate plus 5. So, only plus 5 on the catch rate.
That sounds nice. Heck yeah, mascara for the
You
boulder?
sound nice.
Oh. What's a mascara?
That's
Mascara.
it's something you put on your eye, on your eyelash.
Oh.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
Can
Mascara
make
for
them
the boulder.
more visible.
Yeah, adds more body, adds more color, texture. to them.
The eyelash makeup. Ah, okay.
Oh, I got one of the pinkish reddish ones.
Good luck.
I got a huge seaweed. Ooh.
I'm gonna get this one.
I got a
This time it's
camel stingray.
I got it. Oh, it was
What?
a great white shark. One.
Is it
Big shark.
pretty?
Why
I
is it
got
so
a
different.
I got a tiny great white shark earlier.
Ooh.
I love tiny ones.
I have eyeliner and I've tried to put it on a few times. I'm like, I look like a problem, and I got rid of it.
I look like a problem.
It can be a challenge to do certain makeups like eyeliner.
Yeah, the hard part, I mean, all I gotta do is bother my wife and she'll take time to show me, but the hard part is having the energy to do that.
Never thought about that.
I've struggled with that myself at times. I tend not to even bother with makeup, but
Yeah.
Hey, I got my
It's
fish.
pink.
It's missing texture.
Haddock. Hardly know it.
Usually black gunk that you brush on your lashes to make them look longer and bigger sometimes comes in other colors. Oh.
it's extra fun because it gets everywhere if you touch it to anything but your eyelashes.
Oh no.
Yeah, I got an electric tiny haddock. Why is everything so tiny?
Because you're too big, Brim. That's
My
why
W
everything's
chaser not
tiny.
working. W chaser not working.
Eyeliner is difficult to apply. I can't relate, but I feel like maybe in the future I might be able to relate. I never tried makeup before. I feel like if I try it now, I might get like destroyed in this family.
There are really subtle ways that you could do it.
Oh,
When I first started learning to, I would just put on some basic foundation and just kind of smooth things out. I managed to go to work, and I'm talking about like a machine shop where a bunch of like burly, hard-boiled men are.
Oh.
Nobody even noticed that I had it on. Nobody noticed. I just looked good that day.
heck yeah. Back when I was still LARPing as a girl. LARPing? Oh, that's live action roleplay, right? LARPing?
You are a girl. You gotta be LARPing.
I occasionally try to use makeup.
So does Lark. Well, yeah. So does Kaka is. He's
Yeah.
great. He's a
Kaka
great.
great. Very nice edible. Usually ended up me wasting an hour taking one look at my face in natural light and then going back to washing it all off. So dang pale, all foundation looks orange on my skin. Oh.
Oh, I didn't realize you were reading.
Yeah, it's all good. I mean, I didn't even specify that I'm reading chat all the time.
I thought that Tilra was saying that she was LARPing as a girl. I was like, wait, what?
I never really know anything about LARPing at all.
Fish on my food. Nom 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 nom.
Yum. Back when I was non-binary equals before I realized I was non-binary. Oh. Self-discovery is always amazing. Halipat.
Flounder.
Here is the prettiest girl.
Dark shit.
Maybe?
Ghastly cod.
Seaweed.
I got a can.
Oh, crunchy.
Can do.
Crunchy.
The tiniest crab.
Oh my god, it is very tiny. Huge
That's so cute.
seahorse.
Oh wow.
Look at that.
That might be the biggest one that I've seen so far.
Huge
Oh, yeah.
seahorse.
That is a huge seahorse. I can
Yeah.
actually see it without squinting.
I know, right? Holy shit. Amazing. It's mine now.
Yeah, makeup does seem like kind of a hassle. It's the kind of thing that you get joy out of it if you already enjoy doing it.
Ah.
If you do it because you feel like you have to, then
Yeah, then it's not.
That sounds like a
Why
pain.
even? Why even?
Whoa.
Be-
It's like the way that some of these flop around at light speed is like a
Yeah, it's like
photosensitivity
scare.
warning material.
Ooh, speaking of.
like that.
Why are these things so big?
That's what she said.
Yeah.
Well, that's what she said. That's what my wife tends to say. Sure, why are they so big? Oh, I'm sorry, it's not my fault. My wife has a large butt. That's the joke. She's been suffering from that for a long time.
Hmm.
It kept my active dance when I swapped back to the stable.
I look to my left.
I had the same experience.
Fucking rat doing the club penguin dance.
It's one of the most random things.
Oh no, no. I hate club penguin dance, but you don't have to jump. Well, actually, you know what? I don't hate the club penguin dance anymore. It's amazing. It's so good, actually.
I love it.
Yeah, I take
I
it.
love
back.
it now.
I take
Now that
everything
I've seen
back.
it in this context.
Yeah. I take everything back.
Takes so much effort to move the fishing pole when you're this small.
Draken.
Yeah, it's a common thing. It's like, I love it when women don't use makeup because it's like natural, and then when they don't wear makeup, it's like, are you okay? Okay, how about fuck?
Hey, thank you, Bring. We love
I
Tika.
don't know who did the first one. I did the second one though. I can
Oh.
see your pores. Yeah. What do you mean your skin has texture?
What do you mean your skin has texture is diabolical?
It's so real, though. I mean, a lot.
Do people that say that never touch their own skin before?
Well, they don't understand that women have skin just like you do, like you and like the rest of us do.
Oh my god.
They do.
It's not all naturally like plastic smooth.
That's what I've told myself while I deal with body hair. I'm like, look, I know, you know, people aren't just like these like smooth, nubile creatures, but they're also. I wish I had significantly less.
I got a
Yeah,
huge
I-
manta ray.
That's a big one for me.
Particularly 3D models, yeah. We're looking at particular type, particular genre of video. I can't see anything through this fucking panda.
It's a huge manta ray. It's 5 ton.
Oh my god.
Wait, is it 5 ton? Yeah, it
I
is.
recently shared like a video, or it was a picture on Blue Sky. It was like, men, like, men don't like it when women do this, and it's like 300 things, and it's like sapphic people. Like, I love women when they do anything. I love women for this and this and this. I'm like, yeah. I love lady. I love me. I like women.
Hi, Tiger.
That feel when
Welcome.
women.
That feel when I see when I see it's really funny watching like me saying this and watching the Skaven do that in my selfie cam as they do the fucking club penguin thing.
You know, every time I look to the left, I just cannot help but
Oh,
Your voice while doing the club penguin dance and moving is
it's
like
so
a perfect combination for some reason.
right. It's not just me.
when I
No, I
when has anyone ever when has you ever want has anyone ever
Right. Oh, I'm missing a lot of chat. Give me a second. I wasn't reading chat for a long time.
I just never started using makeup.
It's usually from people who are more used to looking at particular 3D models of women than actual humans. Oh, I know what that means.
Mhm.
Yeah. Have you ever had a dream that you
Tiger is doing
you
it.
could so you want him to do you so much you could do anything?
Yeah, we've done so much in Old Dragon Hangouts. Oh. I did a sneaky in my youth where I just never started using makeup, so everyone got used to my normal face. And when I used the tiniest bit of mascara or anything, everyone was like, "Whoa, you put in effort."
That's the secret. I don't know. So when I worked, in a jail, and some of the officers and stuff there, like the jail officers, which are different than the police officers, they're better people for the most part, would put on this, like, they'd have this insane look, and I was like, how early do you wake up, put on all that makeup to get your hair all perfect like that, to come here, work for 12 hours with like people that are just awful. Like, damn.
I wonder that sometimes too in the trade.
Are you looking at me?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Is there something wrong?
No, it's fine. Everything's fine.
Is there something wrong?
Yeah.
Is there something wrong?
The discourse juxtaposed with the aesthetic.
What do you mean? What's wrong with this?
I don't know. There's nothing wrong. I don't think so anyway.
Nothing's wrong. You're beautiful.
I'm beautiful.
Yeah, you're very
beautiful. Don't I know it? Bitch slay.
Slay queen.
Especially reading dragon books late into the night, I needed my morning to sleep, and no, I would wake up early just to put makeup. Big respect for peeps who find joy in it. No, find joy in putting in makeup. Isn't makeup artist? Yeah, that's an occupation. Yeah, must be
Definitely.
must be very tough doing that. But then again, if people find joy in that, more power to them. Yeah, I can join
Honestly,
now.
even just like people that are very knowledgeable about makeup are like a different breed, because it's all artistic skills, but it's on a canvas that is uneven and is subject to very large amount of things like wind, water, sweat, sun.
Oh.
Yeah, getting it to like look right is a knack for sure. That a lot of folks seem to have. I don't know where to get that.
Oh, right.
Club
Oh my
Penguin
god,
Dance
I didn't
jump
see that. Sorry about that, Kafara.
You didn't see one? What do you mean you didn't? Was there something else that had your attention?
Kafara requested an invite.
Yeah,
I
she
missed
said
it.
she was going to.
My bad. I was laughing. I didn't even check anything.
So what were you laughing at?
I don't know. Must be a particular rat that's doing the particular penguin dance. That's also fishing.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay, well, welcome. And meal took an hour longer than was expecting it to. Daylight savings time, Joe. Oh, right. Daylight savings happened already, right?
Oh,
I like that I
yeah.
can occasionally see part of my model.
Excuse me, but, yes, good girl.
Oh.
Pet.
Thank you, Evie. Well, one of them is definitely a lot better than the other. Oh. Doing a makeup just to look good for a video and few photos is a different beast from doing a makeup that can stand to entire day. I never
Back in my day, Takaka, back in your day, they were grinding up berries to use for...
Whoa. Back in my day.
Back in your day.
Back in my day. But that's crazy because I've been so out of touch when it comes to makeup. I didn't even know setting sprays were a thing. It was like that wasn't a thing when I was young. That wasn't something. So yeah, it's the same as how you say if you touch it before it's like set or dried. If you touch it at all, in some cases, it's getting smeared. Good luck.
Goodbye.
Bye, Breen. Back in my day, we used blood of our enemies. and then sent it all back when I was young. Oh. Bye, Breen.
Her brethren need her.
Yeah, understandable. maybe Bree needs to teach everyone how to do the club penguin dance.
So what you do is you spin, you break the limb.
Why you sound so muffled?
That makes it even funnier though.
Right.
Being muffled from being far away.
I don't know what's so funny that you guys.
I need to fish this red.
Oh yeah, like foundation on the shirt collar, or like a little red stain on the rim of every glass
Yeah.
or cup.
Oh, this one looks different.
Wait, is Hellfire here? Should we go to greet her?
Oh, she joined? Sorry, I kinda don't understand these things. I'm not a girl. It's okay. I mean, listening to us yapping about it, it's good enough, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't understand too, since I never really did those kind of things before.
Yeah, we're girls and we barely understand it ourselves.
Yeah. So my mic will be out. I'll try to communicate in text. Of course, no problem. No worries, Kalkai. Right, let me get in that stick rod.
Okay. I'm sitting literally T-spins.
Can I spin as well? What do we... No, it doesn't allow me to. Finish Daylight Saving Time only on 29th of March. Oh, it is the terror of all global schedulings. Every country shifting to summertime at different paces. It's... I'm just looking at red butt.
It's just all up in the camera. You can barely see. Oh,
It's just...
you got both.
You're going.
I looked
Out
up.
of them.
I look up and it's just all red butt.
Raw rat ass.
It's so raw because...
See if I can park this thing with a rat in my camera.
Is that not normal?
It is now.
Oh, hi Brian.
Hi.
We have- We.
Hi Kapara.
You have a
Dragon.
I'm trying to. I'm waving, but
I'm
That's
waving,
just how
but
she
I have
waves.
no hands.
I would wave, but I seem to be having an issue.
I can wave for both of them.
What is this? Midas Rift? Oh, I think this is the one that
Oh, yeah,
Kapara told me
these-
about.
You can get more goldfishies.
Money.
Goldfish.
Good. I need
More of
gold.
the snack that smiles back.
Also, how Brian's doing good.
Birdhouse. Brown house. Brian house. Bird.
Brian House Bird. Coffee's
Brian
boat
House
features so
Burden?
well, so celestial. Right? It's a really nice color on the boat.
It is.
It fits the
Why do
celestial.
they call it oven when you out in the cold food out of how to eat the food?
Definitely complicate things when friends from other countries are involved. Like if you're doing a weekly movie night, you can't say the usual time. Oh yeah, time zones. And daylight savings
Yeah, 'cause
changes
it's like-
times.
It's an hour before or after. I still, I've been in the States my whole life. I still never know when daylight saving time is stopping or starting. And whenever it's mentioned that the time's about to change, I never know which one it's going to be, which way it's going. I have to ask every time. I have to look it up.
Always spring ahead or fall back.
Yeah. And I've never gotten used to it. It happens every year, and I never get used to it. I hate it so much.
Then I'm extremely lucky that Malaysia doesn't have daylight savings.
It's a hassle.
Golden seahorse?
Oh, you got one too.
I ain't got shit.
I have to join
Mac
one of
and cheese
these
don't work.
someday. You should, Brian, you should. We should fish together. This is such a nice
Golden
world.
sailfish.
Oh no, it's the rat.
On my knee. Hi. What do I do?
The rat has boarded the 24-carat boat.
Wow.
A dance befitting.
A dance as what? Offering?
As regal and beautiful as this boat and its pilot and its captain.
Happy for your sleeping rhythm day? Oh, it's on the same day. And of course, elsewhere in the world, it's spring and autumn back. Last time we changed our Pathfinder group was 3 hours apart, dropping in sesh. Oh. Yeah, it must be a huge
With
hassle.
our tabletop group, we had like half people were in the UK and then half were like in North America. And sometimes it didn't work out, but we were always trying our best. Like, hey, daylight savings in this country, get ready, make sure you're ready. And then inevitably some of it's not quite like, well, you see y'all in like 45 minutes.
Oh, can I get a golden trench? Oh, not a golden seaweed. I wanted to eat that.
You could still eat it.
Yeah, it just lets me. It just one frame flop. Whoa, Sandy, huge card. Hmm.
Oh gosh, it's another one of the reddish, orangish, purplish. I don't even know what this color is. But
It's
they're
okay.
hard to catch.
You got this, Bunchy, I believe. Short. A golden huge card. Wow. Getting a lot of cock here.
Nice card.
Nice. Nice cock.
Nice cock.
Did she get smited? No?
Oh, she's Ekans.
Schnick. I got a jellyfish plushie. After I dry it out, it would be good for hugging. Heck yeah. Plushies are amazing. Ooh. Golden.
Sailfish.
What did I do wrong?
You just one frame flopped.
I was tired.
I feel like I want to get a picture here.
I was.
Oh, that's Ecans.
Ekans.
Ecan.
Yes, you can.
Whoa! Golden huge great white shark.
Golden great shark.
Heck yeah.
Had it.
Oh no. No, I want the shiny. I got a cock. I mean cod.
I'm trying to get rid of that.
Schnick.
Watch
There we
this.
go.
What happened? Whoa! Holy
great.
snake wing backflip! Did
You
you
know
see?
what time it is? It's time.
Upstairs.
Captain Wayne.
Oh no.
Captain Wayne.
I mean, oh yay. Oh
Yay.
good, Captain Wayne's back.
Yeah,
Captain Wayne.
is back.
Captain Wayne.
Your boat is safe. Back to the pirate.
Wow, the speedboat is fast.
I got a leather. I got a
Here's a
leather
speedboat.
wallet. I gotta keep fishing.
Oh yeah, you could do the fishing mini game.
Oh my god! I cannot see the fish.
Oh my gosh.
Good thing I've got this cool head.
I was fishing. Kept on
What was that fish? That was a huge fish.
Holy shit, the
that?
fish was spinning its head. And then flying in the sky.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, holy shit.
To park the boat better. Raise anchor.
Raise anchor.
Oh, starboard.
Anchors away.
Big, big.
Oh my god. I'm tearing up.
That was a very, very random. I don't know what is with that head spinny thing, but
I was just fishing. And then from a huge distance, this Captain Wayne spinning its head and then just flying on the sky. Flying towards me, holy shit. Oh, fuck. That was terrifying and hilarious.
I'm glad I could help.
so I might have gotten us lost. So we are gonna go around.
It's all good.
Big
Sandy updraft.
Big cigar.
Give a divine dragon too much time on our hands. More fishing.
Here we are. This is the one. Yeah.
Boom.
I'm gonna back the boat off of this pier just a little bit.
It was Captain Wayne's butt on my face. Wiggling. I
You
can't.
want to see where Captain Wayne went?
Captain Wayne has his butt on my face.
I'm gonna snake myself to search real quick.
Hi, dragon. Oh my god. I don't think Kafira has seen my model yet. Or if she, I'm not too sure actually.
Wait, do you have any cursed fish?
Captain Wayne does not have
Okay.
no.
If you had any cursed ones, there's a thing up here that can help with that.
This
The
one's
only
a
fish
model.
I curse is the one that I don't catch.
I think this is big money. Looking. Oh, dragon. Small dragon. I like being small. Being small is amazing. Oh, cursed. Captain Wayne, no, I'm looking at fish. Captain Wayne.
Captain Wayne is up.
Captain Wayne's butt is too much.
You can't handle this shit.
It's too strong. Okay, the rice has been... Yeah, looks good. I'm going to sell these. Give me money. Ooh. I'll take 34k.
128k.
Oh my god, Bunchy rich!
Oh, I have so much coming to me.
And small
crazy.
means easier to pick up for RPs. Heck yeah. Do you want the proper head pet? Always. Proper head pet sounds good. Here was the fish I caught. I just
Giant
cannot,
squid.
I cannot look at the direction where Captain Dwayne is.
What's wrong with Captain Wayne?
Nothing's wrong, Captain Wayne.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, oh my god, oh, holy
Look
shit.
at that shark.
It's a huge shark. Oh.
Get a large.
I need to get, yeah, higher ground, higher ground. Small creatures, oh my god. Yeah, that's a shark. That's a shark, alright.
That is incredible.
Away.
Here goes Captain Dwayne into the night.
Flips into the forest. My favorite catch? I can definitely see why. I love that too. It's super duper big. And shiny. Look at that. Shiny shark. Captain Dwayne is back. Yar. 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 Yar, Captain Dwayne. It's so cursed. Oh, I have 78k now. I can buy a new fishing rod.
Oh yeah, but that giant squid that I caught that was cursed, I had it blessed, and then after that, it being blessed, it was worth 38,000 on its own,
Oh heck yeah.
which is
That's a lot of booty.
like a big part of why my haul was driven up to like 130,000 just now.
I got a cottonmouth snake.
Snake.
I got a snake.
You caught a bream.
Did you call yourself? Wow. Wait, no, you're not
Bream's
snake now.
cousins, at least.
Cousins,
No, I'm
cousins.
a milk stick. Can I help you?
Why is my screen flashing? Oh,
Captain Wayne, so
Captain Wayne. Can I spin white fish?
you're I got a frog.
Oh, I can. Okay.
Oh no, it's contagious.
Alligator.
For a sec.
Okay.
Need to go to the little auto swim.
The clip of when Captain Wayne flew away. I like accidentally jumped and got pushed off the pushed off the boat.
I think it's because you keep the momentum. That's why you
the
can.
tiny frog.
Oh, wait, let me catch a fish. I don't even know how to talk anymore. Let me catch a fish. Gator. Alligator.
No, that's a
Hey.
snappy turtle.
Tiny frog.
Tiny.
Was it a Samsung Galaxy Alligator Snap Twiddle? The giant goldfish so life and I'm pulling out a pool party to steal the show of it. It's okay to I mean, it's also constantly spinning Captain Dwayne. Captain Wayne.
Alright, keep myself active.
Captain Wayne's so amazing, holy shit. More turtle. And the spinning dragon. More turtle. Turtle. Oh my god, I'm getting combo turtle. And area you go to, my puppy fast can take you there. Oh. There's one actually. What's the? I don't know what
Huge
island
giant,
is there.
a huge giant. Ooh. Huge giant.
Huge giant. And bring one head pet? Ask her favorite.
What?
You wanna get head pet, Red?
Thanks. They don't like get in touch.
Fair enough. There's one island I want to go. The one island that sells the fishing rod for 75k. I don't know what the island or where the island is actually. Last night I just happened to stumble upon that place and then I almost fell asleep because it was like 2 a.m. Cool. My favorite combo just turned into an even more cute dragon. Best day ever. Wanna see how far I can sling my bob? Sure. Can you sling it to the the entire island length? Would be too crazy though. I think that looks pretty fun. Welcome back, Munchie.
I come back
Oh.
and Green is Club Penguin dancing at me, directly toward me.
Bree knows what she's doing. Oh my god.
She knows what's up.
Yeah, that's pretty fun.
I keep
Holy
playing
shit.
talk with Captain Wayne.
Tiger Bluegill.
Tiger, bluegill.
Tiger Bluegill.
Tiger. I got another giant one. Oh no, it's a shark.
Oh,
Down.
oh no.
Ah. It hungers.
The shark wants to feed.
It's like a Majora's Mask type sequence, but it's that shark.
He looks
instead
so
of
happy.
moon.
The shark looks very happy. Yeah, you know, oh, oops. I think it's the first time me doing VRChat stuff like this, so it might be a little bit confusing. Sorry about that. Like sometimes I talk to chat, sometimes I talk to people in VRChat.
Fish, come here.
Nothing's coming onto my line.
If it did, that would be weird.
There we go. There's just nothing biting for a good few minutes.
Yeah, it happened to me. I was like, I gotta recast.
Bungie is so patient.
Like season 2 of a show. Time to recast.
Oh, I'm level 40 now. Uh-oh.
You're
I'm
so
not-
old.
I'm not obsessed. I'm not obsessed. I'm not. I'm just mildly interested.
Just just like an amateur, fisher.
Yeah. I just started.
Passing affection. Also, this turtle.
You're shiny.
Forgot to move my pet again.
Oh yeah, me too.
Something's wrong with your turtle.
Bug.
It's got
Oh,
a
that-
texture error. Oh, no, that's just its normal map.
I got a tiny channel cat. This tubby chaser rod sucks ass.
It's just giving you tiny stuff.
Like a tiny thing, except for the gator over there. That's a big, but everything else hits only tiny.
You gotta
You've
get
been
you a
lied
better
to.
rod to put that tubby chaser enchantment on.
No, my child, Michael.
What did I see? I thought I saw like a huge alligator just now.
Yes, yeah, we did. That's Michael.
Oh. Michael's amazing. Oh, I
Michael,
got.
you're being dramatic.
Ooh.
Michael, get out of there.
Michael.
You got one of the
Holy
turtles.
Michael.
Michael's a large lad.
Yeah.
Oh, there he goes. Goodbye, Michael.
Oh. Bye, Michael.
Goodbye. What a good child.
I don't see. There isn't a way for me to show off anything that's in my index that I don't have in my bag. That thing that I was trying to show earlier is kind of like these snapping turtles. So it was like this thing, but it takes up like this entire dock here.
Oh.
Like, from that corner of the dock to here would be the square that it fits in.
Is this Skeledirge? From Pokemon? Hmm.
Scolipede.
Oh. It's a horse bug.
Horse bug.
Scolipede.
Scolipede.
Bless you.
He's got a real good walk cycle too.
Oh my god. That's like the best walk cycle.
That is good.
What time is it now actually? It's almost 8 p.m? Damn.
Ow.
So is it like 12-hour difference between me and you guys?
About 14.
Oh my god. So
It's, oh wait, it's 7:46. No, so 11 hours.
oh. It's
'Cause that's-
7:45 p.m.
It's almost 8 p.m. here, or 8 a.m. here, I mean.
Oh my god. Is it? I feel bad. It could be because of me that you guys are not getting any sleep.
My normal time.
This has been pretty normal for me.
Oh.
Plus, I don't have any work tomorrow, so I
Oh.
can sleep as much as I want.
Unique.
Heck yeah. Man.
Sneakies.
Ooh, that's a really cool
Can't
snake.
see.
That's a good snake.
That snake looks like
I think it's from Naruto. I think. I'll make it bigger.
Ooh.
I can't see anything.
Wow.
I'm being squeezed. Oh my god,
I'm okay
the
with
snake's
that.
gonna destroy. I'm okay with that.
Snake hugs seem like something that would be really awesome.
Right?
My leg! My leg! My leg!
Whoa, my PC almost died for a second there. What? Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, what?
Yo, my leg?
I just casually put that pose in there.
It just, yeah. I don't think Brink can see it.
I can see it.
Nice, good, okay.
I know what I got. I'm gonna show it.
She knows what she's up to.
Fair enough.
You know this one. Story.
Which one? Oh,
yeah.
yeah. Head kid.
I've died too many times. Let's dance to cool down.
Yeah. Ooh, red. Galaxy Tiny Venomous Watcher, 0.1 kilogram.
It's so tiny.
It is so
Oh,
tiny.
it's so many eyes, oh my god. Oh, this is one that Braytalk caught this morning. Oh, afternoon. Whoa, trypophobia. Drag back, of course, take a time cover.
Remind me.
Oh, I thought it's your leg. Have problems. But apparently not. That's a very strong leg right there.
My legs are strong.
This model, does it have the my leg soundbite?
No, I wish it did.
Oh no, there's such a missed opportunity.
I know. It's like what the hell.
This has been a lot of euphoria going on looking at the dragon at the bottom right screen.
Same.
Heck yeah.
I love seeing my Skaven just Club Penguin dancing. But that's
That one is also
scary
amazing.
for. Remind me, I got like one of my job interview questions. They're like, where do you see yourself in like 3 months? Like, well, hopefully working for you? Like, I don't know what else to say about that.
Wow, I got Gino in Nerd Plate Fish Fishing.
This one identifies.
Oh, what is that?
Club Penguin dancing as a Skaven.
That was really fun.
Oh, that's an interesting design.
Yeah, that's a... It's like a robe.
Chimera
Oh,
Eclipse.
RGB.
Whoa. Must be so
I
expensive.
like that.
No more Cobalt now officially there. It's not official. It's not even been day yet.
Claws and claws.
Is it the Fortnite pausing clause?
Dab. His little mouth too. I also really like the face effect on this one, because like it's got like a glass, like the face is actually glass if you look at it, and the eyes and nose are like inside.
Oh. Oh yeah, I think I know what you
That
mean.
model is
Yeah,
really neat.
that's very cool.
Very, very
Okay.
cool.
Dangy.
I wish I could save that one.
Nice. Okay. Cloning is enabled, so you can save it.
Oh, yeah. I'll put that. I'll favorite it. So
It's a public one. They probably have a better one like a better version that you can buy.
most likely. I bet they put a lot in the radio menu, regardless.
It's a pretty good amount in it. Another snake.
Shimmick.
Day.
I'll level one more time. I'm gonna go and get food.
You should.
Yeah.
Good time.
Welcome back, Afira. I've been here for 7 hours. Just normal things, I guess.
Remember that time you were gonna play ODST?
Yeah, well...
I remember that. It feels like it was only yesterday.
Yeah.
Been 40 years.
Feels
It's
like it
been
was just this
69
morning.
years. I guess tomorrow I can... Ooh,
Albino gator.
whoa. It's a cool gator. Tomorrow I can fish more before I play a game with Brecky and Zeus.
So you're gonna say that, and then you're just gonna end up all fishing together instead.
That could work.
It could happen.
I mean, I'm not gonna complain. I'm only mildly obsessed with this game.
That's like me with no. That's like me with No Man's Sky right now. I probably put like 100 hours into it this week.
Whoa. I level.
I'm unemployed. I can't help it. I can't help it. Wait, if you sell 100 fish, was that person on the main island supposed to give me something?
Can't.
Okay, I did sell 100 fish.
Albino
We
gator.
might wanna. We might wanna go get go back to Coconut Bay then.
Sure.
Coconut Mall?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was weird looking over. I'm like, whoa.
Check. If there's any fish that I want to lock.
Oh my gosh.
It's a little jarring.
I like that.
This one's a bit too spooky. I don't want it. Hi, Brain. Oh no. How you doing? Wow, Club Penguin dancing.
Oh, you know.
The usual.
I'm not trying to block your view. I'm trying to sell, but I have to get real close to see.
I don't think there's any
I
fish I
got
want to
14
lock.
dollars.
Oh my god, bring the lurch. I got 13,000 money. Where to next? I buy no getter. The red spikes are so pretty, oh my god.
So, Breen just got 100 fish sold. So we're gonna head back to Coconut Bay so that she can hit the shop.
Oh yeah, sure. Let's get back to Coconut Bay.
Look at it go.
Let's get that done for her.
Can I cheat to Coconut Bay? What if I respawn?
I also had to turn off shield mode so that I could see if you're typing. Because for some reason, most of the folks' text boxes don't show up for me. So I've changed that
I
now.
did
It should work for you
use
now.
a shiny one, but I don't. I'm too busy fishing to look off the dance.
I might not. I might have to respawn my boat because I think I ran it aground.
I can't believe you ran it over.
Here, I'll...
Wouldn't mind piloting us back.
Don't mind me back here.
Let me just club penguin dance into the back. Oh my god. Ooh.
Just casually club penguin dancing. And now I get to get a sense of how fast the speedboat actually is, because I haven't gotten the money for that.
Oh, Bunchy, you could look up and... Oh. Oh no. Captain Wayne.
Captain Dwayne.
Captain Wayne is back. I cannot see how fast this thing actually goes because I'm too small.
I have to use the Gogo Loco control for it.
Go.
It's very fast.
That works.
Oh, it got us all the way to the pond. That's great.
Oh, that's fast. Oh my god.
No.
I was hoping I could do that with the yacht.
I saw someone Naruto running. What are you doing? Aren't you like 40% cooler? What do you mean? I'm just better, faster, stronger, cooler, and more badass than anyone around here. Ah, fair enough. Mega speed.
Unlock Sunny.
Right.
Yes.
All good.
Cool. Now I just need to go. I need to go gamba.
Yeah, go gambling.
Gimba.
Yeah, that Sunleaf rod carried me through a lot of my progress so far.
Yeah, sure. I can almost buy this metallic rod.
I'm gonna look for some scrap piles while I'm
Does a scrap pile like spawn randomly?
They're kind of random. It's random throughout the day. I'm still not sure if it's the same for everyone. Sometimes it is. I think it is completely random, but each day.
Oh.
And there are certain areas that they will spawn in. So it's like there are set areas that they won't always be in. It's weird.
It sounds weird.
I'm also not explaining it very well.
It's all good.
Who knows what I was missing? I could have done so much more stuff.
Whoa, Breen, where have you been?
I know, right? What's been going on?
I don't know. It's been hours. I haven't seen you.
Don't worry about it. I'm sure everything was fine.
Well, it was funny because I saw Red and Captain Wayne dancing around.
Yarr, Captain Wayne.
Hmm? Where's Captain Wayne?
My model doesn't like stuff face tracking very much.
Your eyes looks... Oh, oh, that's the like blink. Oh my god, that's so cute though.
Yeah, now you can see when I blink actually.
Oh my god. The eyeball actually moves as well. That's so impressive.
Yeah, it looks kind of funky with this.
It's funky, but it looks like it's just like a. It looks like it's painted on, but it's moving.
What is that? 10, 5, 10, 20, 10, 5, 10.
This is an important announcement. No, this is not a good girl message. This is to remind Kobo that she has been live for 7 hours and
Well, I
needs
can
to
go,
get
if
food
we
soon,
go to the
as well
place
as
again, I can
stretching
game,
those
but I like
leggies
some
and okay.
shitty relics,
Maybe
the
you'll
broken
mention it
ones.
once. Tyra is
Oh,
a
yeah.
good girl.
But I can use on
Pat
that.
pat.
The enchanter.
Yeah.
I'll probably have to end the stream here though. Like I'll probably have to go get food.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah. Well, you can tell me what you got after your gamma brain. Or not, it's entirely up to you.
Never.
Okay, okay.
Pet, pet, pet.
Heck
Wait,
yeah.
wait. Pet, pet, pet.
Heck yeah. Bye, dragon.
Bye bye.
Bye, Brie. Bye,
Bye-bye.
Punchy.
Bye bye.
Bye, Tiara.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
You get Bunchy hugs for me, Tiara. Oh, well, Evie wants to hug you, but I have no hands, so
Oh,
I'll just.
I
huggy.
have no hands and
Hug.
I must hug.
Hung. Hung.
It's a hug.
Oh wait, I
Hell
could. I also have other ways of doing this.
Oh.
What?
Oh.
There,
That's nice,
multiple
that's nice.
different, multiple dimensions of hugitude.
I look to the left. Club Penguin.
One for the road.
One for the road. Hell yeah. Never gets old. Alright. Thanks for fishing with me, everyone.
And thanks for having me along.
Heck yeah. Bye 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 bye. I'll go first. I'll go first. I'm gonna tear if I keep being here.
You'll end up staying for 6 more hours.
Probably if I do this. Right. Right. Alright, and then the kobold will be back. Hiya! Just one more fish. The famous just one more. It happens. I mean, it happened ED. Yeah, it happened ED. I was supposed to play ODST at about like 3 or 4 hours in, and then decided to just like, hey, I could fish. You know, I totally could fish, and that happened. That totally happened. Oh, I suddenly feel very hungry. I'm hopeless in the. See, I can't talk anymore. Help. Thanks for joining as well, Kafara. It was great. And thank you to everyone who fished with me as well. It was nice. Thank you. Amazing stuff. And I can definitely see why people like VRChat now. I mean, having the not in the chat too. Oh no. And Sarah Cobalt, hi! Oh my god, Cobalt friend, hello. Welcome. And yeah, I was in VRChat, being able to look at myself being a dragon and or Cobalt definitely feels like, yeah, I can see why people like VRChat so much now. You have a wonderful night, Tira. Thank you, Tiger. And Cobalt? I'm the Cobalt, I think. Giant golden shark? That was really huge. Right, let's see. to find a raid target, but I'm so hungry. I need food. I mean, I don't think I want to look at Dragon's tag. It's always so cursed. I'll take a look. Oh my god, there's so many anime girls. Oh, that's a very cool. Oh, it's Japanese. Oh, that looks so cool though. Holy shit. It's like a Digimon dragon. Wow. Was happy to showcase the avatar too? Heck yeah, that looks really amazing, honestly. A dragon avatar. Oh, yeah, this is the one I'm looking at. They're Japanese though, so... But look, oh my god, that's such a cool dragon. like a Digimon dragon, it's so cool. Oh yeah, I forgot how... There's always so many Dragon Ball streams in the Dragon tag, which is fair. I guess I can rate Dazzy. I mean, I haven't rated Dazzy in a while, and Dazzy rated me. I think, yeah, no, it was not last week, but it's Wednesday. Wednesday, Dazzy rated us. Combo is back. I was dragging for a bit. I guess I could rate Dazzy. Yeah. Wait. Bunchy's so nice. I could make a suggestion, a rate suggestion. Ooh. I could take a look, if you don't mind. I was arrived late. Nah, it's time zones and stuff, I believe. Well, I don't know where you're from, but today's stream has been pretty long, I would say. Yeah, like it's 8 PM here, and I haven't had dinner yet. Volosaurus, go try to buy it on the brink of partner. Oh, no, I typed Valahaya. Saurus. Whoa, spooky. Whoa. That's a very interesting avatar. It's in UK, so it'd be noon? Oh. You know, honestly, I'm actually quite surprised because me being Malaysian, I'm surprised there's not much like Southeast Asian or Asian in general in my community. Most of the people are from like UK, US, Germany, or somewhere around there. I feel so special. Wow. Also, it makes me feel kind of cool. Not gonna lie. Like being a Southeast Asian in Malaysia is like, wow. I feel different. And company still streaming. Mama Dragon, hi. Assume done, but wait. Oh, almost done, Mama Dragon. Almost done. Wayne. Captain Wayne. Captain Wayne is so good. Is that clip the one you're flying towards me? I think that one is beautiful. Yeah, oh no. Here, let's watch it. It also feels really nice playing VRChat while looking at myself being a dragon with makeup and stuff. That's amazing. And thanks for happy. I'm in East Coast US, so it's early morning. See, this is also with time zones. I feel bad too because usually when I stream, it's most of the time like early morning or I'm sorry, early morning or midnight for people who watches me. Like, eh. And if able to do stupid shit and make people laugh like today. I can get very giddy. Yeah, like there we go, I opened it up. I don't know why it took so long to load, but there it is. Captain Wayne. Oh, I'm gonna hear myself. It's okay.
Oh yeah, you could do the fishing minigame.
Look at that! I cannot see the fish. Like,
Oh
I'm fishing there. Breen is there.
Good thing I got this cool head.
Oh yeah, you could.
It's so
you could do the
spooky.
fishing
Captain
minigame.
Wayne. Captain Wayne is trying to get me with the spin. I cannot see the fish.
Oh my gosh.
Captain Wayne.
Good thing I've got this cool head.
Oh my god. Yeah, Captain Wayne. See, Captain Wayne is amazing. You missed out, Breen. You missed out. I don't know where you've been for the past few hours. You saw the fishing world? Yeah, it's what got me back into VRChat. Your avatar is cute as heck. It's the Dova Brodin avatar. It's a dragon that looks very amazing. You're supposed to catch the fishes, not sleep with them. I love Captain Wayne. Yeah, Captain Wayne. The cigar is so big, it's so funny as well. Big cigar. Bobblehead. Captain Wayne. This is what Captain Wayne is from, by the way. Oh, it's from a game. Oh my god, the game is literally called Captain Wayne. The mod is very teeth, I know, right? And bye bye, Brecky. Oh my god, they're actually accurate with the teeth. That's scarily accurate, no? I just fell asleep. Oh, well, hope you had a nice sleep, EP. Brecky. Game is wild. Oh, is this like a 8 action pack locale? Take back what's yours? It's a boomer shooter. Ooh. Whoa, Captain Wayne. Oh, and flip the bird. That's so cool.
And welcome.
Dang, the art style is crazy. Oh, thanks for snoozing the ad. It was a good nap. I was feeling super sick. Oh, and then many dragon pets. Boom shot. Goodness, I should bust out the quick ranger. Not too sure what that is. Yeah, it was really nice fishing with y'all. Thanks again for having me along. Of course. Whenever I do fishing, You are definitely very welcome to join. Salvador Piers, thank you. Welcome. It's nice having Bunchy along fishing as well. It was fun. It was great. Right. Also, so we have Volesaurus or Dazzy. Can win. I do kind of want to rate Dazzy though, since Dazzy kind of rated me about today is Saturday, right? Is it? No, it's Sunday. Am I stupid? Today is Sunday, so last Wednesday then, right? Because Sunday is a new week. Let's count Sunday as a new week. So last Wednesday night, Dazzy rated us, and I kind of want to return the favor a little bit, like rate back once. Even though my viewer count is not as big as him, but still kind of want to return like the raid favor and stuff. I'll keep Volesaurus in mind then. Maybe I'll put it into my note. Right, let me bust up my note. Wait, where's my note? Oh, I didn't think I have that much note. Okay, there we go. Hey, I guess we're rating Dazzy. Although I always feel scared when rating Dazzy. Not only Dazzy is like partnered streamer, but also like showing clips kind of makes me scared as well. But it's okay. I'm gonna rate Dazzy anyway. Anyway, I'm gonna plug my things real quick. I have coffee. Coffee helps. Coffee good. Coffee nice. Helps me pay the bills and shit. If you... Oh, hey, that's the Discord. I don't need to plug anymore. If you fancy helping a little bit more than just subbing, there's a monthly subscription thing for coffee, as low as $1 per month.
7:19 a.m. moderator verified Streamlabs. You can support me directly with Ko-fi right here URL.
The URL.
7:20 a.m. moderator verified Streamlabs. Come hang out with other lovely critters in a Forest Guardians homie home Discord server and keep up to date with my stream. Dragon JAM URL.
Dragon JAM URL. And then let's add Bernie into it and tell them about it, Bernie. About the coffee.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Heck yeah. Thank you, Bernie. So yeah, that's my coffee and that's my Discord. And also I stream stuff over there. There's also Dragon Sipping Corner if you fancy dragons a lot like I do. I like dragons. The fish Captain Wayne. JAMURL. And get the rate message in as well. Boom. Captain Wayne. And there. There's a rate message. Oh, it's numbers. Of course, if you guys don't have my emote, feel free to use whichever emote you guys want. It's totally fine. Just maybe don't use more than 4. And I still don't want to flood the chat box too much. Okay, there we go. I typed in the raid. Yeah, tomorrow is Monday already. Oh, crazy. Okay. Oh wait, that doesn't work. Here, I'll do it. No, I'll do it like this one. Look at that snake. Amazing snake. Bye bye, Punchy. Here, I typed in the rate. So, before the rate, a couple wants to say. And thank you all so much for joining with me today. I really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. Thank you, Breen. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Cobalt loves y'all, right? And here comes the raid to Dazzy. And yeah, boom. Raiding to under the Cobalt. Take care, dear. Oh, and thank you, Sarah. Oh, the hunger and everything is setting in now. Ooh, I'm feeling it. Ooh, I'm feeling it. I'll be seeing this raid out. Take care. Of course, no problem. And take care of yourself too, Kalfira. Thanks for fishing with us today. It's amazing to look at your avatar. Heck yeah. Do I fish more tomorrow? I mean, I want to. Okay, how about this? So, achieve noms for couple? Yeah, I'm gonna get noms. I'm gonna fish until 2 p.m. my time, and then we can do games together. We'll see. I don't think it's going to be another 7-hour VRChat stream anymore. I don't know. It could though, but maybe not. I don't know, right? What if that happens though? Oh my god. Well, I'm gonna wait for the time to count down as I always do. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. And take care, everyone. And Cobalt loves you all. And take care. Bye bye. Take care, take care. If you'll be on, of course. Dragon's very welcome to join.